All right, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. We have a little feedback here. All right, welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 10th. Hope you all are having a lovely start to summer. We are going to start our afternoon with a discussion about Q2 budget supplemental requests with John Peacock, County Manager, and Budget Director Connie Baker. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Board. As you can see on the screen, we have a long list of requests to go through today, so we'll dive right in. We're going to start with the Sheriff's Office and a grant from the Colorado, I'm sorry, I'm blanking out this afternoon. I will let them present the request. Their grant.
Sounds good.
Phone's on silent here.
Let our experts expert.
So this is the 2024 Bear Grant, Colorado Parks and Wildlife Human Bear Conflict Reduction Grant. We were awarded $104,500 from CPW. It's a reimbursement grant. We have spent thus far $67,831. It came in a little bit under for the Kodiak cans, which is great. That gives us a little extra money. We've already been reimbursed $68,221, and then the remaining leftover is for a trash enclosure for Phillips Hillside that is still in progress.
And the reason this is coming to the board now as a supplemental is just that we didn't get it in the 2025 budget. So it's a net zero request, both the grant reimbursement and the expenditures.
Excellent.
Okay, sounds good. Any questions?
No, but you both look very sharp in your uniforms today.
Thank you.
I'm grateful to CPW with helping us manage our bears.
Awesome.
All right. I don't think we have any questions. And just so everybody knows, this will come back to us for first reading tomorrow in our formal regular voting session, the whole budget supplemental requests that we give direction on today. And so we will formally approve this at the first reading tomorrow.
Perfect.
Great.
Do I need? I might as well stay up
You
here.
could stay for the next one. So next we have a request for 2 backcountry community response officers. These would be seasonal term-limited positions. And I will hand that off to John and Michael to tell about that.
Do you want to?
Sure. We did have a backcountry community response officer 3 years ago. It was a good program. It was one person. He didn't really need a car. He would run everywhere and very fast. But this year with, I'll say, the cuts in what the Forest Service has seen, and I think it's very important for public safety and safety of our forests out there that we have additional people out there looking for fires still smoldering and just helping out as best we can to support the Forest Service.
Now, just add that, and thank you, Sheriff, and thank you for your partnership in working through these considerations. We met with Open Space and Trails and the Sheriff's Department. And as we've been looking at the federal cuts, we've kind of been thinking about it in 3 buckets. One is a public safety bucket, the other is a resource protection bucket, and the third is kind of a visitor experience bucket. And we understand that as a county, we will not be able to address the full scope of federal cuts to address the all the impacts that will occur in all of those different buckets. However, when it comes to public safety and also resource protection at a certain level, we wanted to be sure that we were putting resources there, both to ensure that individuals and our community don't have a unnecessary bad day with these cuts, particularly with moisture levels being where we've had a fortunate June actually there, but snowpack is low and such. And so these officers will be in the backcountry. They'll be doing a lot of foot patrol as well as vehicle patrol. They'll be able to do some of the work that's going to fall off of the Forest Department, the Forest Service plate. Campfires that aren't put out properly, early detection of wildfire, identifying folks who may know of somebody or be injured themselves out of cell range, but they'll have radio, accident reports, vehicle enforcement. There's a whole list of things that will help both protect resources, but most importantly, public safety. It will not fill all the gaps that the Forest Service is leaving, but we think it fills important ones.
Questions? Patty?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody saw the article in the Colorado Sun. They interviewed me about this because of concerns from other counties who were doing it in government backfilling of federal funds. And I was very careful to make a brief quote that they used in the paper about it. For us, it's a continuation of what we've been funding in the past with Forest Service workers. We're just now doing it through the Sheriff's Office, and how much our concerns were what John said, public safety and forest safety management issues. And so that being said, it was well presented in the Colorado Sun. And I want to, as John echoed, thanks for the Sheriff's Office and helping us out with this.
You bet. Thank you. It's,
Huge.
it's going to benefit all of us.
Yes.
Questions? Other comments? Francie?
Are we constrained to having only two?
No, I guess that's up to you.
I would note that we already have gone through interviews and have offers, of course, with employment pending approval of the budget and such. It would be difficult to go through another recruitment process in a timely manner,
For
but
this year,
if-
for sure.
Yeah, if it's really a budgetary question. So two was we had originally kind of modeled doing one. We felt two provided better coverage. We are really, it's up to the board. If the board wanted to appropriate more funds for this, we could see if there's additional candidates. I'm kind of looking at the sheriff here in the pool that was just interviewed, or if we should test this out and bring it back if we hopefully don't need these in the future. But if we
Might be able to, excuse me, I'm sorry, we might be able to do an additional through our overtime budget, put it out for overtime to deputies who have those times off.
Okay. I just think that, I mean, the last statistic I heard, and this is old, was we had 28 Forest Service personnel in Aspen Soapers Ranger District, and it was down to 17 the last I heard. I don't know if it's gone down since then.
I think a lot of that we're, excuse me, I'm hoarse again. Experience probably in the customer and visitor experience side, for example. I think the experience up at Maroon Bells is going to look very different this summer
Well, I
than
know
it
they
has
lost
in the past.
engineers and road people, road crew, and some
Exactly.
other things. But even those people, the road crew people, those people are out and about, and so they see campfires and stuff. You know how I feel about campfires, right? You looking into that by any chance? Fire restrictions?
We had our first call this morning. Yes. Yeah. And we're not going into fire restrictions yet.
Okay, so anyway, I do think that's an easier out, but I would like to see even more help for the Forest Service. I mean, I know it's just desperate over there right now. So that's what I would recommend, maybe with what Michael is suggesting that would help fill the gap a little bit. It's, it's over 80% of our county, and two people is not very many.
No, it's not. And I don't know how many seasonal people the Forest Service hires for Maroon Bells in this area. But I spoke with Kevin Warner last week, and I think he said he can hire 5 or 6, which doesn't
Yeah.
do much. It'll be
Well,
helpful.
that's good.
but-
That's better than none.
Exactly. It's better than 0.
That's about where it was like 2 weeks ago. It was like none, so that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Francie. Greg?
Yeah, thanks. I certainly support this, and I agree with Francie that I'm concerned that it's not going to be enough. And I'm hoping that we're coordinating as best we can with the volunteer groups that are already working, and I think we're going to be depending upon them, and hopefully we can reach out to them and let them know how much we appreciate and depend upon their help for this backfill. But if it's not enough, please come back, because I think this is important stuff.
Yeah, and then you brought up a good point, the coordination of the volunteers out there. Like, do they have radios? Are they, and that's something I'll get on to make sure that they can talk to dispatch if there's some kind of emergency or not an emergency.
Can I respond to that? Yes. Kevin told me that they had to turn down 40 volunteers because they couldn't manage them.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate.
Isn't that terrible? That's like,
Well, I'm wondering if there's just a way that we can help manage them or cover the cost of the manager to get the volunteers on there when we need them the most. It just seems like that would be low-hanging fruit to me, but I don't manage volunteers as much as you all worry about it, so.
Well, I think it'd be taking on another major project if we were to try and convene it, and would require an agreement with the Forest Service. I think the Forest Service cut positions we were paying for, said they were coming back, then cut the positions we were paying for again. And so I don't think us paying for those positions through the Forest Service is an option.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
good luck.
I find this to be really frustrating. I mean, public safety is a partnership between the local jurisdictions and the county, which do amazing, excellent work, and the federal government, and they're shirking their duties by cutting a budget, which, I'm all for governmental efficiency. I'm all for spending tax dollars wisely. I'm not for ignoring the public management of the public lands that make up the bulk of our county, and withdrawing from what I think the federal government's role in that partnership should be, which is now making our communities less safe and putting our communities at risk, all in the name of tax breaks for billionaires. It's not a great situation for us to be in. I'm grateful that we are in a financial position to help backfill this, at least partially. I know we're going to be having increasingly iterative conversations along these lines in the coming years. But this is not a great state, I think, for our community to have to struggle with right now. And I appreciate you coming with solutions to this problem. So happy to support it, and not happy to support it, I will support it for those reasons, but begrudgingly so. Jeffrey?
Connie or John, how does this compare to the former payments we're making to the U.S. Forest Service for employees? So should we see a deduct somewhere else in this conversation?
So not through the sheriff's office.
Right, but is there a deduct somewhere else in the package where it shows that we're not funding U.S. Forest Service employees on behalf of
A
police
little
county?
bit the opposite, actually. So where we were funding these before was through open space and trails. And so we are still trying to fund positions, ranger positions, I believe. And we have a partnership with the city of Aspen for management of North Star.
There's also $50,000 through our Public Works admin department for the off-highway vehicle
Enforcement.
And I don't know where that stands.
We are going to have to get an update on where that stands with that was another partnership with the Forest Service, and we don't know where that stands right now. But we would not see a dollar for dollar. This is an ad for services that we were not previously providing, and we are continuing to provide the services, or trying to provide the services that we were providing before the federal cuts came.
Great. Did you have another comment?
yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Michael, for helping with this. It really is going to make a difference, I know. But if it's not enough difference, please come back to us
Will do.
so we can reconsider whether we need to enhance it.
On a positive note, the two that were offered positions, I think you'll really enjoy them when you hopefully
Great.
get to meet them.
Great.
We have a younger person and then someone a little more seasoned who knows what every plant is, what kind of rocks. And
Oh, cool.
So it's pretty cool, yeah.
That's great.
Well, thank you. And
Thanks, Michael.
all right. On to the next, I think.
Well,
Thank you.
Michael.
I get up this time.
Thanks, Mike.
I'll be back.
Yeah, you'll be back.
Next, we have housing needs assessment.
Hi, good afternoon. Ashley Pearl, Resiliency and Housing Director. The board has heard about this housing needs assessment and also approved a memorandum, an MOU, we're going to go with that word, with the City of Aspen and Town of Snowmass Village for it 2 weeks ago, so you're familiar with it. But this is the actual money side of it. So it is a request for just over $41,000, which is a third of the total contract with EPS, which is the consulting firm that's being managed by the City of Aspen. The city will manage the contract with EPS to turn out a regional housing needs assessment that will be compliant with both Proposition 123 income waivers, for short, and the state legislation that requires most cities and counties in the state to have a housing needs assessment. It will also draw in regional data that a single jurisdiction housing needs assessment wouldn't draw in. So although Pickens County is not required to meet that state legislation, and we are still up in the air of whether or not we'll apply for Prop 123 funding, I still think we'll get great value out of this data, and it will really help us with our long-term housing planning, especially for our property tax dollars and how we spend them long-term. Just as an example of what it will bring for you all or for us as planning entities, we'll get a sense for each income category. So let's say you're a 2-person household, at 80% AMI versus a 4-person household at 120% AMI. Those are just examples. Are you more likely to look for rentals? And if so, kind of what type of rentals, what pricing? Are you more likely for ownership? And if so, where, when, that type of stuff. So it'll really help us when we're looking at how we spend our money to say, okay, we have a rental gap for this type of income level or something like that. So we can really, hopefully, move the needle on some of there's a gap everywhere in housing, as we know, but some of the more discrete gaps, hopefully we'll be able to pinpoint some of our funds and have a bigger impact there, among many other things. So I think we've talked about this quite a bit. Patty, I know you were gone, but happy to answer any other questions.
My support will
Yes.
be restrained again, because it's an unmandated, it's an unfunded mandate from the state that I think is not necessary in our area, because you guys have done such amazing work already with inventories. So I'm going to support you on this because we sort of have to, but I don't like it.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm
Next,
staying here.
we have another supplemental request for housing, and this is for the deed-restricted housing program.
Good afternoon, Andrew Miller, Housing Program Analyst. I was before you last week in work session to go over kind of where our deed restriction program is at, and this is that formal supplemental request to refill our deed restriction program bucket. As of last week, we have utilized all of the funds for 2025. That last person is under contract, and so that funding will be going out the door within the next 30, 45 days after when they get to closing. I do still have 2 or 3 people waiting in the pipeline to access some fundings to utilize this program, and we had looked at coming to you now rather than waiting until 2026 to increase that program bucket to $900,000, just because we do have some people looking in that immediate need, and we know that real estate market in this valley can fluctuate pretty heavily. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Andrew or Ashley?
No,
I'm good.
great job.
This one I happily support.
I will just reiterate my concerns that I raised during our work section conversation relative to trying to think more critically about how we might get more housing bought down in Pickens County or upper parts of the valley. We're doing a great job buying down Garfield County units, and it'd be lovely if we could buy down more Pickens County units. So I would look forward to some more conversation around that in the future. But otherwise, happy to support our employees. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and next we have the fire suppression system for the sheriff's evidence room.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm
seems
G.R.
important.
Fielding, the Construction and Asset Director. I'm sitting in for Jody today for this item. The evidence room fire suppression system project is kind of one of those classic. We made an assumption going into budgeting of what the level of project would be, and then we got all of the experts around the table that we needed to for the project, and they advised us that really we should be looking at something a bit larger in scale to make sure that we do it correctly. And so we had originally budgeted $65,000 through the 2025 budget process. This budget supplemental would add $90,000 to that budget. That's based on bids that we did get for the project. The scope is lined out in the packet material, looking at all of the NFPA 2001 standards, the permitting that will be needed, all of the enunciators, the release stations, the panels, all of the things that would be needed to actually fully convert it, as opposed to just capping and putting a dry unit in the room.
Questions about this upgraded system that seems really important for us?
And Jeffrey, I cannot answer the NFPA questions on this one.
I already looked it up, standard on clean agent fire extinguishing systems, so thank you for the answer.
Thank you for the answer. All right.
I have a question for
Yes.
Jeffrey. Can you explain to me what a horn strobe is?
It's just like it sounds. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a horn. It'll make a
That's
noise.
what, and it flashes. I thought that was interesting part of the description, like that.
All right.
Okay. No
Thank
other
you.
questions. We'll move on to the next request out of the capital fund, which is a jail remodel. Got Dan and Michael here today.
Oh no, that's all you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
You too.
Good to see you all again.
Yes.
It's been a minute.
Go ahead, Dan. Why don't you start us off?
Yeah, maybe,
all right,
maybe I'll just jump in and lay a little bit of framework because, most of the people in this room weren't actually here when we discussed at our retreat major capital projects
Yes.
and big bucket items for the county. And as many of you know, we had been contemplating potentially a new jail facility in the near future. And the sheriff and his team came to the board during our retreat earlier this year and said, we think we can continue in the life of our jail with some remodel work and perhaps pursue a new facility later on down the line. And so that was something I know we as a board were grateful to be able to kind of release some pressure on all of the projects we're trying to manage as a county. And I think that's why you guys are back here today.
Exactly.
All right.
I think what we talked about at the retreat was, I forget an exact number, 6 years or so, or I think what Dan has done with RJA, the architects, probably get us probably closer to 10. So I'll start off with that. As far as the specifics, Dan could explain the specifics a lot better than I can as far as the details to the extra holding cells and things like that.
So a lot of it's in what I submitted for the supplemental, but the main goal would be to get us to a point where we could reevaluate our arrest restrictions to allow our neighboring agencies who bring people to jail to not have to have that thought in their head going, is the jail going to take this person to take up a bed in the jail? So we would gain a third holding cell, which has been a need for a very long time within the facility. We would also gain 4 more general population beds, which would bring our bed count up to 18, and that includes male and female. So with that, one of the other things is we currently outsource our laundry. So in redesigning the secure perimeter of the jail, we can actually bring commercial laundry services in-house, which will save us money over the course of however long this renovation lasts us, whether that's roughly $25,000 to $30,000 a year in actual costs that we're spending. we could pay that one time and have those as savings over the course of their jail. We've also had some recent issues with our camera system. So when we have any kind of network outage, we could possibly lose our cameras. And if we're building a third holding cell, which solely depends on camera viewing to maintain the safety of the person in that cell, we can't afford to have any downtime with those cameras. So part of this request would be to upgrade our camera system as well as getting that holding cell, laundry, and those general population beds back in place.
Okay, questions? Jeffrey and then Francie.
Have we had a visit from the state yet?
For
State audit of the jail?
So,
And then
the jail-
specifically, the background would be, how are we doing in terms of meeting
So jail
state requirements?
standards will go into effect July of next year. I've gone around the state and done several mock audits we did Mesa County, we did Boulder County. And so we're going to be doing Larimer County later this year also. We're trying to build the program so that way when the assessments begin next year, not only do all the jails across the state have a good handle on it, but also we have a good handle on what we need to do. This will help with some of our things, but it's not going to alleviate all of our issues that we have.
We'll still need,
A waiver or two, yes.
Thank you. Francie?
Well, it's a lot easier to approve this than $100 million. So this is quite a change, and so I appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, nice job. Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you.
Just as long as we maintain that painting on the
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
priority, right, Greg?
Oh, are we having technical difficulties? All right, let's just take a minute pause here between the next one. Grassroots, is everything okay for you?
Yep, we're good. Might just be this computer then.
Connie, are you still connected to Zoom and it's okay?
I think I'm still good.
And it's good on this computer, so we might do just a little spot.
Did we just lose it?
You're still on.
Okay.
We lost it on this one though, so let me
Okay.
try to go ahead and start it again.
Well, I think we have everyone in person, so I don't think we need to see the Zoom right now, if that's okay. So let's go. Hi, DJ.
Good afternoon. I'm DJ Hughes, the Road and Bridge Manager. I am in front of you guys today in reference to the unfunded state statute of 811.
Fancy loves those. Love those things.
So in the process of going live with our 811 membership through the state, I've done a little bit of research and found a program that integrates with our current asset management program, working with IT. This program would allow us not to have to spend so much time in the field and so many personnel hours, and the impact on our environment, going out there to check on doing all these locates. We've upgraded or put all of our assets into a GPS database, which has been provided, and it also automatically transfers over into the current existing program. Any questions off of that?
Jeffrey, and then Patty.
So, and we get no revenue from locates?
No, we do not get any revenue from locates. However, through this program, we will be able to identify some areas that are not, where contractors do not have a permit to work within our right of way. So there will be a little bit of revenue from that.
Thank you.
Patty.
I was just gonna say that this makes so much sense. I mean, it's great,
Absolutely.
great idea.
DJ, how many locates are you guys doing in a year? Do you know?
As of right now, Pickens County Road and Bridge has done 0 locates. We are not live with the state. I pulled all the data for 2024. There was 808 locate requests in 24. That roughly breaks down to 2.21 locates a day. Each locate takes roughly 2.5 hours, depending on where it is located geographically.
But we're not responsible, so this will be a service that we're providing then.
This is a service that we're mandated by the state to provide.
Yeah. Wow. Starting when? Now? This year?
We've actually been behind the curve. This actually started in 2000. It came about in 2018. We were required in 2019.
We're getting there.
I'm ready to pull the trigger, ready to
Okay.
go live.
Oh, I see. You said this here. Sorry, I missed that. Other questions? Francie, did you have another?
I
you have a
don't,
question?
I
Okay.
understand, and I'm supporting it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, good to see you.
Okay, next a request from the Healthy Community Fund, which the board has already seen in your work sessions, but this is before you as a supplemental request to appropriate the money in the Healthy Community Fund. I don't know if Sam Lander-Casper is online. Okay. Now I see him. Hi, Sam.
Here, probably don't have too much to add. Basically, back in April when we found out that the federal government was cutting the funds for the older adult CSA program that we've been hosting for the last 7 years, we came to the Board of County Commissioners to ask for $50,000 to fund that program for this year while we looked for alternative funding sources moving forward. And so we're just here today to make that change in the budget.
Any questions for Sam?
Yeah, I'd ask, yeah, Sam, sorry, I missed the event. I had to go to Denver for another QQ event, so I missed the open house or whatever it was when they rolled out the CSA last week, but I think Jeffrey went. It looked great. My concerns were how many people are served and what is the actual cost? And is this something that should be put out as an RFP to all the farmers in the valley?
So at your request, when we came and initially asked, we did put the RFP out to all of the farms that were actively offering CSAs. We also put it out to Lift Up and Harvest for Hunger. We did receive 2 proposals, one from Mountain Freshies and one from Two Roots Farm. And then we pulled together a group of folks to review those proposals and ended up going with Two Roots based on the amount of produce and also the length of the program that they could offer for the cost. So they started last week and it'll run through mid-October every week.
Got it. And how many people, I know there was an estimate of how many people were actually served by it.
So 50 people attended in person. Usually folks do come and pick up some additional produce for their friends who might not be so mobile. I can talk with senior services and see if they have an estimate of how many take-home bags. And we usually see participation increase throughout the season as I'll just say the more exciting produce becomes available. Right now it's a lot of greens, but as the tomatoes and we're actually getting fruit this year come online, we tend to see the participation increase throughout the season.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate you keeping tabs on it. I just want to make sure that it's we're getting the best return on the investment and that it's serving as many people as it possibly can. But it's great. Thanks.
Can I?
Sorry, Patty, go
I
ahead.
want Jeffrey to, because he was there, but real quick, part of our discussion, Sam, was we would take some time during this upcoming year to see if there's other avenues of funding, so we don't have to kind of come back to the Healthy Community Fund in the future. So I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in translation as we move forward. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking at funding for programs like this through the Mountain Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security. So looking for grant opportunities or potentially foundational funds that we can use to keep this program going, as well as they used to run the same program in Garfield County, and I don't believe they were able to find any additional funding this year. So they'd like to restart that program as soon as possible.
Great. Thank you.
Jeffrey?
So I think the value that that's important at the table is Ted sitting here. So a shout out to Open Space and Trails and agricultural leases, young farmers, and then we also had Harper's dad actually drive the vegetables the full 8 miles to the senior center So it's a wonderful program, and there was people queuing probably half an hour before the 11:30 start. So yeah, even though you call greens unexciting, they were basically pretty jazzed. And then there was probably double that number for the senior lunch, and then people went to the Powers Art Center afterwards. So it was a pretty compelling lineup at the senior center on Friday.
Thanks for going, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And shout outs to Lisa, Patty Kravitz, and Megan for hosting at the senior center. So again, really well received right in advance of a afternoon thunderstorm. So
The Powers Art Center? They went
to
down Valley?
Powers right after. Yeah, so they did the senior center CSA lunch. Cameron's the chef. There were about 100 people for dead fish, and then went over to the senior center afterwards to Powers. So sorry, from the senior center to the Powers Art Center.
Oh, really?
Trip. Yeah.
It's their field trip.
Cool. Thank you, Sam. We love this program. We appreciate you bringing this to us.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sam.
Two Reeds Farm is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is.
It was cool to see her dad truck it over though too. It's like.
Yeah, I think they've been partnering up for a while now. Yeah. Well, I'm Ted O'Brien. I'm here for behalf of Open Space and Trails, presenting a budget supplemental for our Rio Grande Trail Improvement Capital Improvement Project and 2025 Trail Paving Project. The Rio Grande Trail, beloved asset. We really tried hard to schedule this project to where it would just be the least amount of interference for the public as possible. We're into June. I would have liked to have got it done in May, but we're right on time. It's just a large project. And to that point, we've hit some hiccups. The biggest one being that as we were installing some retaining walls where the railroad has weathered and eroded and gotten too narrow to support the trail. And when we started digging for those retaining walls, we hit railroad tracks. We figured they'd be in the center of the railroad bed, but I think there's just been so much sloughage over the years that the center is more towards the river edge now. So we had to remove those tracks, and that came at a pretty large cost, $127 linear foot. Didn't set us behind schedule, so that was great. But that was kind of the first of a bit of a rodeo with this one. So the next one, our engineers expect to use what we excavate for these walls as a topsoil to our re-veg, and that just didn't end up being a quality enough project to have successful revegetation. So we had to purchase topsoil and haul that in, and that came at a cost. And also to jump back to the rails, since the rails were in the trail, Frontier Paving, who we contracted on this project with, they couldn't run their milling machine because if that were to hit the rail, it would ruin a very expensive machine. So we had to take that asphalt out in chunks, which is not suitable to go to the landfill. So we had to haul it to Elam. That was a small cost. And then on the Crystal Trail, which we paved and it's been done for a while, there ended up being a thicker layer of asphalt than our engineers and myself had anticipated. So after it was milled, we had to purchase more sub-base to bring that trail up to the existing asphalt grades. So we didn't do a full paving of that trail, we just fixed the worst sections. And so all of that pushed us over about $310,000. And right off the bat in the project too, because we were trying to really get this rolling as fast as possible this spring, the bid that was scored the highest was also over budget. So we knew we'd be coming to you guys for some extra money request. We didn't know it'd be quite this much. And I did offer an alternative, but our board approved the budget supplemental without the alternative option. But just to be straightforward with you, once we got their approval without the option, we proceeded to go ahead and pave North River Road. So that is actually happening as we speak. So just wanted to be clear that the alternative option, there's really not one right now. So anywho, I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but
Greg.
Yeah, hey, thanks for the TED. Just wondering, we had SGM produce a detailed engineering plan set, yet it seemed like they missed a bunch of stuff.
There was some missed stuff and some things that didn't work out. I think I've worked with Frontier to switch up some of the prescriptions that they had, and that would have been great to implement, but maybe was a little overkill. So we've kind of gone back and worked with the contractor to not do full depth asphalt removals everywhere, instead of just kind of taking our worst spots, and so has saved us a little bit. So we're getting our costs down a little bit more every day.
Yeah, I'm hoping that SGM takes something from this also and realizes that maybe there's more has to go in at the front, or does it require better understanding, or is that just what happens in all situations? Unforeseen circumstances. It just seems like a lot.
Yeah, we've learned some lessons, and our engineer's estimate was a little low, and costs are just hard to keep up with now. It's just it's expensive to get large projects done these days, but yeah, we've had some good heart-to-hearts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Francie.
Are you guys paving the river trail too, or is that Garfield County, or who's doing that?
We did that one, the Crystal
You did
River
that.
Trail.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
And then just a heads up, we'll be done with trail paving at the end of this week. Next week we have 2 days on the Rio just shouldering, but the trails will all be back open and ready for the public to use, and hopefully they're stoked on it. They're very noticeable improvements.
Great.
So,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
Thanks, Connie.
Okay, next we have a request from the Risk Fund. Is Brett Bergman online?
Is he here? Oh.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the little delay there.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, we're requesting $200,000 to cover additional insurance premiums for property and casualty. This kind of is a bit of an annual issue that we have. As you know, we budget in the fall, and then insurance companies want to see as much data as possible as we go into the end of the year, and so we typically don't get our renewals until December 31st. Some of those came in higher than we anticipated. On the other side, we also have added assets. So different departments are buying housing units, new vehicles. We've had some addition of expensive drones, and all of those need insured. And we have to go out and get coverage for those, and we don't always see those coming. So we need some additional funds for this year.
Questions for Brett?
Totally understand. Thanks, Brett.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brett.
Okay.
Next up, library. Hi, welcome. Could you introduce yourself to the board?
Hello, everyone. My name is Bradley Pate. I am the Adult Services Supervisor at the Picken County Library here. I'm coming here today to ask for supplemental funding to convert our current temporary outreach library assistant position into a term-limited, part-time, year-round position. We have launched this pilot program about 6 months ago. It's set to expire in a couple of weeks. Our outreach librarian has been regularly in the Redstone area at the Redstone Inn book room and is providing library services along with story time and some book club groups. With this request, we are hoping to expand this outreach position to also include Snowmass Village, which we already offer a few services there, but we don't have a staff presence. So we're hoping with this new part-time position, which would be 21 hours, to share between the Redstone, Crystal Valley area, Snowmass Village, and in Aspen. And we feel that right now it is very important to have this library presence in person because a lot of the resources we are now offering at the library have become digital. In fact, we're thinking even maybe this year our digital checkouts might surpass our physical checkouts, and with that comes a lot of technical support help and things like that. So we are hoping with this outreach librarian position to be able to provide that service to some of the patrons who are a little further geographically from the closest library, whether it's in Carbondale or the Picken County Library here, which might be 45 miles away. I am happy to answer any of your questions that you may have.
Addie, I'm looking at you about.
Oh, no, this is, we're just converting, it's not creating a whole new full-time position. Thank you, Kelly. I did have that on the top of my list, but it's explained in the content of the body of the request.
Yep, it's been a temporary position for the past 6 months, and like I said, just hoping to convert it to a part-time.
And what is the temporary duration?
It would be term limited through 2027. And then we would revisit and see if it would become maybe a permanent position.
Great. Jeffrey?
Does it include servicing the senior center?
The senior center here in Aspen? It would not. That is actually something we have a couple other librarians and myself that we do every the final Friday of the month. But our current outreach librarian does work with the seniors in the Crystal River Valley already, and so we're hoping if we can continue with her support to support those seniors as well.
Thank you, Bradley.
Okay. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks so much. All right. Next is a request that the board has already discussed during other work session meetings. Oh, Kara's here.
You're happy for you to take it.
This is appropriating $200,000 for a contribution to the Redstone Historical Society for the purchase of the cottage in Redstone, should they receive the grant funding. Kara, take it away.
Absolutely. And we do not yet know the status. So the board approved the grant application to the History Colorado. We are still waiting to hear the results of that grant application as of today.
This would be coming from the park dedication fees. We've had a lot of conversation about this. Any other, Francie?
I just have a question about the parks dedication funds in general, because one of the requests coming to us says that we've approved $500,000 of that for Healthy Rivers and Streams.
It's requesting 500, not saying that you have approved it, but requesting.
But if Carbondale's coming today, it seems premature. I'm confused.
Yes, we didn't realize the timing of your meeting with Carbondale. So if you were to approve both this $200,000 for Redstone and $500,000 for the Basalt Whitewater Park, at the bottom of the page there, you can see we start with a park dedication fees balance of $531,695. If you give the full funding amount for both of these requests, that would bring the balance down to $31,695. We can use up the entirety of this fund and then simply close out the fund. So these are numbers to keep in your mind as you're looking at the request for the Whitewater Park and also later this afternoon for the Carbondale Pool.
I'm still confused. I understand the numbers. I just don't understand the timing here. It's
So,
like,
Francie, this is probably something that I should have caught, because the board did want to have the presentation on the Carbondale Pool before making a commitment or deciding on a final amount for the Healthy Rivers and Streams, and I did not kick that back, which I think is what you're calling out right now around the timing. And so it is true that if the board appropriates the funds to the Whitewater Park, the only balance available out of the park's dedication fee would be the $31,000, and so it might be something that you'd want to amend in the motion or approve a different amount, or it's really up to the board, but that consequence is.
Yeah. So I don't want to interfere with this because we already made this decision pretty clearly, and we can talk about it again when the Healthy Rivers
This
thing comes
meaning the
up.
Redstone Historical Society.
Right, the Redstone
contribution.
thing, I don't want to mess with that, but I guess when the next item, is it the next item, I think it is, comes up, maybe we can continue this conversation.
Sure. Questions on the Redstone? Did you have something,
I don't have
Greg?
a question. I just know that they are within $25,000 of reaching their goal, and so they have an appeal out to the public, and I think they've got something. They've got a huge number of donors already, and so I think they're going to get there. I think, and then, do they have till the 31st of July, or is that another date that I'm trying to think if they had to make a decision? Patty's birthday. I'm trying to remember if they had a deadline, because it seemed like there is a deadline approaching. And I think it's sometime in July, so they're getting
you're
very
right,
close,
yeah.
and I think they're almost over the finish line.
That's great. I was not aware. I believe their deadline, there's the grant deadline in June, and then the deadline in July was working with the seller. And so hoping to see the response on the grant application and all the donors come in that July timeframe.
Well, so it sounds like we're going to be there, and so of course I want to see it happen. So
Francie.
That's Patty.
Oh, sorry, Patty, you're right. I'll do that once.
And I was contacted this morning by a
I can't hear you,
possibility.
Patty.
I was contacted this morning by a possibility to fill that gap of 25,000, but waiting to hear what the grant and et cetera opportunities. So.
All right, and it is July 31st. There was an article in the paper.
I haven't read, I need to read the article
Today.
and recontact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the
We have
next
Healthy
one.
Rivers,
regarding
and
the Healthy Rivers and
to
Streams.
Francie's point, given the timing that's not ideal, we can amend the resolution that is coming to you tomorrow and adjust those numbers with whatever the board might decide from the Park Dedication Fees Fund.
Or do we need just the Healthy Rivers and Streams need this money right away? Could we postpone this decision just a little bit?
May I just suggest we hear the
Yes, great.
presentation and then
Fine.
I'll
Yeah.
bring up
I was just
whatever
responding to
Yes,
comment. Yeah.
yes. I think it would be helpful to have a fuller picture of what is being requested.
Great.
Hi.
Well, good afternoon,
Welcome.
everybody. Lisa McDonald with Picken County Healthy Rivers and Streams Program in front of you today for a budget supplemental request for the final build-out at the Whitewater Park in Basalt. As you know, we've kind of had this discussion with you all a few times when we came in front of the board approving a CPW grant request. This is the final build-out on the park. We started the project back in 2016. And now we're at the final build-out on the streamside amenities, which includes, let's see, we're shoring up the bank at the park with a soil nail wall. We have a walkway above the actual boulders that are out at the park right now. This also includes landscaping and seating area. We need people at the park in order to maintain our water right. And so this is the final build out for that piece of the park. Last year and the year before, we finalized the boardwalk out there. We improved Fisherman's Park. We did the road shift to increase that bank area, and we moved a fiber optic line. We also did an emergency access that was a part of the basalt requirements when we built the park. So that was all done last year. We put the project out to bid late last year, and the bids came up, of course, like you've heard a million times, more than what we anticipated. So we're looking for $1.75 million to do the final build out. We had talked originally, because we are also funding the Shoshone Permanency Program, to look into using the park dedication fees for the build out of the park. So that's where the park dedication fees came into play when we first discussed using those fees. We went for broke, we went for the whole 500 pot. So it's really up to the BoCC what they want to contribute, if anything, to the build out of the park.
Okay, questions for Lisa? I think I'm just struggling to understand the $2.25 million price tag.
Yeah, our bid
this whole
for, well, if we get
remaining portions of
the park dedication fees, that will reduce the 1.7.
No, but the total new appropriation is
Oh.
2.25 to pay
That's
for the
because
remaining.
we would need to appropriate 500,000 in the park dedication fees fund as the contribution. Anytime you have movement between funds, it's like you double up on the amount that you're moving. You appropriate it in the fund it's coming out of, and then as revenue in the fund it's coming into. So in the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, the cost of the project is the $1,750,000.
But we're not showing a adjusted reduction for that.
The reduction then is in the funding, in the revenue. So the cost to the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund would be $1,250,000 and $500,000 out of the park dedication fees fund.
Okay.
So
the project is 1.75 million.
That's right.
Which I'm still struggling to
When we're
fully understand that scope.
the rest is the accounting movements of moving the funds out of park dedication fees, which takes an appropriation.
No, I get that. I'm really focused on the cost of the park to the Healthy River, the total cost of the park to the county, of $1.75 million for, let's see, streamside improvements, including seating and viewing, connected walking trails to the boat ramp, and a native demonstration garden is the remaining scope.
Yeah, and I think the soil nail wall to build up that, the bank is probably the most costly item for the construction. I don't know if y'all remember in '95, the road failed. That was Two Rivers Road. So there was a big carve out, and I think there was an emergency work between CDOT, Picken County, and the town of Basalt, and they just threw boulders in there. So it's not the most stable bank area. We should do a presentation to you all and show you all those pictures and the final build out.
Question?
Go ahead.
Comment? I think that'd be great to see that, because to understand the history
Yeah,
of that entire
yeah.
bank all the way down, because they were putting old cars in there to restore the bank.
Exactly, yeah.
The history of that would be kind of interesting to see.
Yeah. Yeah,
how
that
far
would
it's
be great.
come. And it's because it's an unstable bank on a river, it gets kind of expensive.
Yep. Yep.
I can understand that it's an expensive operation.
Yep.
Francie.
So when the park was planned, it was planned to cost how much? I mean, is this an overrun, this extra 500,000? I'm confused about that.
It's not an extra 500,000. This would be the last phase at the 1.75.
But do you have the 1.75 in the fund, in your accounts to do this?
We do.
There is.
Yep.
And the reason that Healthy Rivers is asking for use of park dedication fees is the impact of the contribution to the Shoshone Permanency Project over time. The request that's in your packet now is $300,000, but the idea is appropriating up a total of $1 million over time from the Healthy Rivers Fund. With the impact of that contribution, the park dedication fees would help to shore up their fund balance.
But in the account right now, there's enough for this year's Shoshone and for finishing the park.
Yes, there
Okay.
is.
And
I
the
think-
difference, sorry.
Oh, no.
No, that's okay. I'm just looking, so if Healthy Rivers funded the full project, the fund balance would be 2.393 million as opposed to 2.893 million if the park covered the 500,000. Park fee covered the 500,000.
That is correct. I think the other way to be thinking about this conversation is how much fund balance does this board want to keep in the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund for when opportunities to either acquire water rights or if there are future legal challenges that the county would like to make to protect water quantity and quality. It's really having a war chest for those things. And really what you're deciding here is kind of what the proper amount is. It's difficult for us because we don't have those sets of opportunities listed out. That's not necessarily how they come to us. And so it's been the practice of the boards in the past to maintain a high level of fund balance. But could the fund support both of these projects and still have a fund balance? Absolutely. It's really a question of, as we are looking to liquidate some of these park dedication fees, would you like some of those, or whether it's the full 500,000, some portion or none, whatever it is for the board, to be in that Healthy Rivers and Streams fund? They have a qualifying project right now.
Okay. I mean, I love Healthy Rivers. I want to see the recreational in-stream diversion protected. Absolutely. I think where I just am tussling with myself is that there's already a dedicated fund for those purposes, that preserving some money in the park fund lets us have opportunities that might have no other fund that they could access or have no other dedicated fund, for future opportunities. It's just a little bit of what I'm contemplating right now. Patty?
I just want to remind the board that we've been using Healthy Rivers and Streams funds to fund our outside counsel on water issues throughout Pickens County. And rather than pull it out of general fund, more appropriations to the attorney's office. So I think by kind of using this money to help support this project that we've been working on for some years now to its finishing touch, and having just read a recent article, I think in the local paper, about recreational in-stream use of water rights, and that is kind of an evolving program right now. And so I think, Kelly, you're right, or John, you're right, we might have some future needs for more defense of our use of water rights. I think it's appropriate to keep money in the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund and utilize, at least we can discuss the amount if the board so chooses, to help fund finishing the river park. And that still leaves us some money left in the park dedication fee fund, and that we can discuss later today. Or we can change our minds and come back and a resolution change for tomorrow. This is not our approval, it's our just moving it towards our approval, which is 2 readings. So we have some time for further discussion if need be.
Other discussion? Francie?
Yeah, I just have a question. So if we don't make a decision on this before we hear Carbondale, can we, after we hear Carbondale, discuss this a little bit more so that we can give direction for a resolution tomorrow? Is that proper protocol?
I think we could further discuss it, but if we have time, because we're already pushing the limits on time here today, so.
Yeah, you could provide direction at tomorrow's meeting to amend the appropriation amount on first reading, and it would carry forward into second reading.
Just a
Great.
quick
Sorry,
comment related regarding the Healthy Rivers and Streams legal fund and being able to fund legal. The conversation at QQ among the chairs and the staff at QQ recently has been, do they need to increase the legal defense fund for QQ? And we haven't decided to do that yet because we would be we know we can rely on Healthy Rivers and Streams funding, so why build another pool of defense funding at QQ if they know they can call on us and all the other members if it ever comes up. We've never needed that legal defense fund at QQ, so it didn't make sense for me to build it bigger because I knew we'd be backfilling from here. So just wanted to say that there probably will be demands upon for legal defense funds regarding water. going forward. And that's the next discussion we'll have at QQ at their next meeting. The other thing I wanted to say is somebody read about the Carbondale pool and said, well, wait a minute, do you know what's happening out at the Ark and how they may be coming and needing money? And I thought, oh, please don't tell me this, because this may not be the only request of this nature. So it's possible we're going to see more requests like this. And the Parks Fund, it simply isn't that big, but just want to give you a heads up.
Appreciate that, Greg. Thank you. I don't hear any I think the direction I hear is to hear the Carbondale Pools presentation later on today and have discussion either after that time or in concert with tomorrow's first reading on this full budget supplemental package on this item. Jeffrey.
I will just air a concern about the oversubscription to the Parks Dedication Fund. So we put $250,000 into the Redstone Park in 2022. We put $200,000 in the Redstone House, called the Park, in 2025. Museum, thank you. Park. So that leaves us with 531. We have pending potential from the draw site for a park in Snowmass. We've offered a grant and match to the Thomasville Line Kilns. That was a $365,000 request. We said, come back if you have a grant, we would match it. And we have a Soldner Center in Pitkin that's looking for $250,000.
The what?
Soldner Center is looking for
What's that? The what center?
Soldier Center.
Soldier.
Soldner?
Oh, I don't know where that is. Could you tell me what that is, if
It's
you
in
know?
Aspen. It's a ceramic studio that was Paul Soldner's. It's on the National Historic Trust. So it
Okay.
is a park in the town of Aspen. So I'm not voting on any of them. I'm just saying.
No, I understand.
We have a list, and it seems like we're oversubscribed to that list.
Did we commit to matching a grant for the lime kilns? I thought we had not done that.
We had directed them to come back with grant money to match.
So we're
My
With a
concern is
request to match.
that
Yeah.
we would match if they came back with a grant.
the board had directed staff to develop a list of other potential funding opportunities for the park's dedication fees, and I think, Jeffrey, that's what you're largely drawing off of now.
But are we committed to matching a grant for the lime kiln thing?
You have not made a decision on that. The direction was to go seek grants and then to come back. And this was a potential source, but it's not been a decision of the board, no.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm happy to move forward with an amend of the appropriation on first read as currently drafted.
What is the amend?
We would potentially amend the amount based on the conversations we're having with Garfield County this afternoon.
Carbondale. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, well, so we don't have a decision for you yet, which I think is not a surprise, but we are getting closer. And with more information, we will hone in further. All right. And hopefully you guys are available tomorrow as well during our first reading. Okay. All right, thank you.
I think we have next one more. Are we on Shoshone? Yeah. So the second budget supplemental request, as you all know, on April 23rd, the BoCC approved a resolution supporting the Shoshone Permanency Project and making a financial contribution from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund over a 4-year period. $300,000 we will earmark for the first 3 years, and then another $100,000 for the final year, with a contribution to the Colorado River District. So this supplemental starts the $300,000 for 2025.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so this money's kind of on hold, waiting to see what's going to happen with federal funding, et cetera. So kind of like the 200,000 for Redstone Historic is kind of on hold, waiting for that grant.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of appropriating it with a wait and see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it won't go, it's not necessarily going out the door.
No.
It's just there in case the whole
Goes
thing
out the
comes
door.
together. Yeah, if the whole,
Yeah.
if it works and then they move forward,
Yes.
we're first in line to put that in. Thanks.
Okay.
On the same page on that
Yeah.
one.
All right.
Okay.
Great.
That was
Thank you.
easier.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, our next request
And
is.
sorry, I just want to, just a real technical thing.
Sure.
We would need to amend this projected fund balance based on what our prior decision for the River Park, because this starting fund balance assumes approval of the Whitewater Park project.
So
Totals.
the Redstone contribution was first. Let me get back to.
I'm just, I'm looking at that, just this Shoshone one with the Healthy Rivers total fund balance
yes.
projected. It might make sense to start at the 4 million less this 300,000, and then we'll sort out the.
The fund balance would be different, and,
Yeah.
and if it would be helpful for the board, I can bring back a new 5-year projection for the Healthy Rivers Fund, just to see what
That'd
the
be great.
impact of that Shoshone contribution over time
Great.
would be.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay,
please,
I'll bring
Connie.
that
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, because one of my questions that I actually forgot to ask as we were moving on was, about how much does Healthy Rivers and Streams bring in every year from our taxes?
Roughly $2 million.
2 million?
Yes.
Okay,
Uh-huh. Just slightly over that now.
And it's on sales tax revenue.
Sales tax, yeah.
On sales tax, yet the 0.1% sales tax, and they typically will budget to spend most of that, but often do not spend the full amount in projects or grants. So they've built up some fund balance over time, but have been spending more in recent years.
Okay, thank you.
And I realize our pace is very slow for our calendar right now, so I'm going to try and speed us up a little.
We're scrutinizing.
Because we have a 2-hour presentation by Peacock before we.
Well, we're on
It's all
page
up to
30
you.
of a 74-page proposal, so
We're almost
we gotta
to,
keep
we're
moving.
almost
We
to
have
the
18
airport. I
minutes.
appreciate the patience back there. Transit sales and use tax, and Liz is here also. We have an accounting change, and I don't know if you want to speak to that or you want me to, but.
Yes, Liz Woods, Finance Director. So one of the things that we've been kind of doing over the years is we've been looking at historical documents and kind of going back and looking at why we do the things that we do. So yes, I know. And one of the things that came up last year, we brought up the question of why we treat certain taxes differently. So certain taxes we were already running, certain sales taxes we were already running through the balance sheet. In other words, they were not hitting revenues or expenses. And so the question that we asked was, well, why are we treating these similar taxes differently? When we brought that question up with our auditors, they agreed that we shouldn't be treating these differently, and that because these taxes are not ours and that they are guaranteed to go through to these other entities, that we really shouldn't be running them through our revenues and expenses. And so that is the change, and this will actually be removed completely from both the there's also some taxes that are passed through on the general fund. So those taxes never went through the revenues and expenses, so you've never seen budgets for those, but they went through the balance sheet on the general fund. And then these taxes that did previously go through revenues and expenses will all be moved over to what's called a custodial fund. Those are not budgeted for. They are just funds that we hold for other entities. We do the same thing for property taxes, for instance. So all the property taxes that we collect in the treasurer's office are run through a custodial fund as well and then passed through to the other entities. So we're going to be treating this very similarly to that. So that is the change. Sorry, that's a lot of accounting
No,
jargon, I
get
know.
it. So this will make our
Well
budget,
described.
instead of $258 million, that we adopted for this year, it will look $30 million less.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
That's helpful. Thank
And
you.
we have flagged that in the 2024 financial statements as well. We've kind of footnoted it to say this is why this looks so different in case other people have questions about that too.
Great description.
Very clear. Thank you.
Helpful.
I actually understood. It's great.
Great, I'm glad to hear that.
All right. I think we're on to the airport.
Okay.
Airport leadership transition
Right.
contracting work.
May I have a presentation for everyone?
Go ahead and pull it up. Stop
Do you need me to
sharing.
raise my hand?
Something's in bloom up here.
Hmm?
Something's in bloom that's just killing me today.
Cottonwood was just blowing all over the place in Palisade this weekend.
Yeah, well, at my house too, in the house, in the front door.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioners. Diane Jackson, Airport Director, and I'm actually joined by several of our colleagues today from the airport team. I think we'll come up one by one. So we're just going to run through the supplemental requests. The first one before you is for a leadership transition contract with Dan. As you all know, Dan announced his retirement in February of this year. In order to help us keep the continuity of the team and some of these major projects going, we're asking for you to allocate funds so we can keep his contract going through the end of the year.
I have a question.
Sure.
Yes.
So this amount is for 6 months, or is this amount covering a longer term than that?
It's
So
not
you
to
said
exceed for 6 months, so it's based on his hours per week and any travel associated with it. So it's a not to
So
exceed
this
amount.
is kind of an estimated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
So
and
the
it'd
rest
be
of this year-
travel, if
Well, I
we
need
need
to
him
know.
to, yeah.
I know he's worth a lot more than this, but I saw that he's online listening to me, so I want to make sure he's. I thought, wasn't he online?
I appreciate the question, but yes, it's a not to exceed.
Well, only 10% of it's for him. That's not.
This is just till the end of this year.
Correct, with the possibility of extending it if we
Okay.
need to based on the projects going forward.
And then you
But I will
list-
say, since he is listening, I couldn't let this slide go by without at least a picture of him in there and his denim suit,
I miss his glam shot.
right?
Yeah, thank you.
So just so I want to be a little clearer, just so I understand what all does it include?
So any travel that he has, if we ask him to come out here for meetings, we'll cover that travel, as well as a cost for his work per hour, and we're estimating 3 days a week for him to be able to get some of that work done, and that'll be going as we need it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Next, we have AAAE training and Ebenezer, if you want to come up and join me.
Hello, Ebenezer Henry here,
Hi, Frank.
airport credentialing specialist. So we're here today to request an additional $76,000 to implement 2 additional trainings at the airport targeted towards our GA tenants and Stereo badge holders, as well as create a Spanish version of most of our training programs right there at the airport right now. The way it stands, no training's been really given to the GA tenants, other than watching our insider trade video, which is a basic video. Same applies to the Stereo badge holders, where they just want the insider trade video and just told what to do. And so we're trying to make sure we have a standardized process for every badge holder, regardless of badge type, and then also have it possible for us to accommodate our diverse population, so our Spanish-speaking folks.
Questions for Diana or
I think it's
Ebenezer?
pretty clean.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. Thanks.
Next, we have the terminal replacement, the boiler replacement, and we're going to have Greg join us.
Good afternoon. Not buying real estate today. Greg Boyd, manager of airport facilities and construction. To sum it up, we've been trying very hard to keep the terminal building alive. We've put a lot of resources and funds into trying to keep it alive, whether it be the roof, the HVAC system, plumbing, fire suppression systems, carpeting, furniture, this and that. Unfortunately, our boilers are 27 years old, 7 years past their useful life. We've had great luck with them and taking care of them. Unfortunately, our luck ran out this spring doing PM maintenance to the boilers. They are out of adjustments, and there's imminent failure going to happen, which we can't really afford to have happen in the middle of the winter time. I would hate to have to cut a hole in the roof of the terminal building in the middle of winter and have space heaters everywhere in there. They're not going to last. They're out of adjustments. We did ask and look into, and thanks to Connie, made sure that we included it in here as far as different options. We looked at renting them. No one wanted to rent boilers for 4 years. We looked at converting to electrical, knowing that this is a county initiative. Also not really a possibility given our time frame and budget constraints. We don't have the infrastructure for it. Permitting would roughly $30,000 to $50,000, and from what we've been told, there's about a 3-month backlog, where our HVAC contractor pretty much has everything we need to go as soon as we know that we have funds to replace the existing 2 gas boilers with 2 new gas boilers. Hopefully, there's some sort of saving grace in this, so hopefully they're only in service for 4 years, and possibly there's another building that could use these things. Just anything we can to repurpose that we take out of the terminal, these boilers would be included in. I would love to see it go electric, but I don't think that that's an option for us, just because of the age of the terminal. She's got a birthday next year, 50 years old. And we really have done everything we can to keep the terminal comfortable and presentable and a welcoming environment for the employees, our traveling public. And unfortunately, these boilers in the middle of winter going down would be a bit of a nightmare for us. So.
I would just add that these are the types of things that are usually on a replacement schedule, and then we're kind of watching the maintenance. We have been with this terminal, with the planning for the project, pushing out those typical replacement schedules and stretching. I know I pushed, as soon as I saw this, I was like, Diane, really? And we had the discussion about, these really are at imminent failure right now. We did not want to be in this position, but we do find ourselves here. That terminal is going to be operating for another 4 to 5 years.
How many years did you say? 5, you think?
We're slated to, we'll be looking at the timeline here soon, but 4 years, we're looking at second quarter 2029 on our current schedule to move in.
Can I ask a question?
Please, Greg.
Regarding these new boilers, it's a shame, but it has to happen. I'm just wondering, when we design the new terminal, might these be incorporated into it as backup redundant systems, so that if the electricity doesn't work, we still have a way to heat them. And if we do that very rarely, it's justifiable in my book.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think if you want to reference the Electric Mountain Lodge scenario from a couple Christmases ago, and they didn't have heat or hot water for their customers during Christmas because it's an all-electric building, is if in terminal design there is some redundancy plan to have some gas amenities there in case we were to go down with power, then absolutely the boilers could then transfer into the new building. We're already repurposing a lot of some things we did last year to the HVAC system, where we can update things in the AOC with stuff that we've invested in the terminal this year. So that's always the plan, is anything new that we have to sink into the building, whatever we can get back is to hold on to it and repurpose it somewhere, whether it's in the new terminal or somewhere else in the county.
I just want to be cautious, though, that while we will consider that during design, we don't want to design the terminal around these boilers. And so I just want to caution that we will look at that, but we'll try and make the best long-term decisions. Yeah.
Francie, did you have a question?
No, I'm just gonna leave for a minute and try to get a handle on whatever I'm allergic to here. I'll be back.
Spending money.
Will our HVAC team take them back?
That question
Would it
is
be
not.
like a lease situation, like we lease the boilers from them through them?
I think they said they didn't want to do that. Yeah, they already said they
Yeah,
would.
we looked at that.
I can go back to them to ask that question. I think when we were dealing with the rental situation, we realized like, oh, we're kind of stuck
But,
with these.
but Kelly, but there may be an opportunity when we are ready to get rid of them again. There may be an opportunity for whoever we got them from to use them in another site. We may
dispose
be
of
able
them.
to do something recycled.
We'll treat them just as nice as we've treated the existing ones.
Yeah, I think the last thing we need is for people that are not able to fly to be freezing in our terminal.
Yes,
We
the
just
tent does
told
not
them
have
bring a
heat.
sweater.
They packed it.
Come in your ski gear. Wear your ski gear.
Bear ski gear home to Texas.
Okay, questions, Jeffrey?
Sorry, I have to say it, but there's some irony in this, which is we're requesting our clients to go from the residential clients to go from 400 amp to 1200 amp at their expense because of our code, and we, Pitkin County, are turning around saying, sorry, we didn't think ahead, we didn't update the electrical service, so our pedestal doesn't support electricity, but we're going to go with a new gas boiler. So there's just some irony in this whole story. I have to point that out. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the government.
If I may push back just a
No,
little
no,
bit
it's
on
electrical service.
that, because we have anticipated going electric and expanding our electric service. However, the project that has been delayed, and so that is our intent going forward.
And we
for
haven't
sure.
crossed the threshold for demolition that would
Yeah.
push us into a new code requirement just yet. Right?
And we still
Okay,
kept
I said
plugging
I
a
was gonna move
toaster
us
oven
quickly and have
without
done a
pulling
poor
this.
job of that, so I think we have given you direction. While reiterating our commitment to a fully electric facility in the next 5 years.
I completely understand.
We'll run it off
The
that
same thing with the.
$10 million battery across the street.
That is the plan.
Any questions?
Not, we're good on the boilers.
Okay,
I think.
thank you,
So,
thank you.
keep going.
We have additional security cameras before you today, and I'm gonna have David join me for this one.
Good afternoon. Hey. David Schneider, Airport Operations and Security Manager. Asking for the supplemental budget request of $50,000 for an additional security cameras. This is due to an event that occurred last year, identified some areas that need further surveillance. Also identified 2 new locations that are in remote, requiring infrastructure and these new cameras. Also, we're looking at cameras with more resolution to help aid in like investigation and everything like that. Help support the regulatory compliance by being able to close the loop in these security situations.
Questions on this one? Jeffrey, go ahead.
More cameras, some more storage, 30 days of
Nope, doesn't.
no additional storage needs, technology back end.
We anticipated additional cameras in our security system, so there's a robust storage in that.
Good question, thank you. I don't see any further questions, thank you.
Cool, thanks.
Okay.
Phase 1.
On to the rather large request. The request before you today comes after our work session with you all on May 22nd that we kind of dove into next steps for the airport and the redevelopment. This would be phase one. The supplemental request before you is approximately $38 million. To add to our already budgeted $3 million for the fiscal year for initial design. However, much with Liz's assistance here, we do need to encumber the full amount in order to sign contracts for that, even to get started. So we are before you with that. What does that include? That would include the new terminal and the terminal area improvements, as well as the runway shift and reconstruction. And if you recall, Brad kind of went into 3 different projects, which are really 2 for us, the airfield as well as the terminal. So that west side taxiway and apron redevelopment is considered 2.5 or 3 project. So why are we before you now? I am going to take you back to the project timeline. In order to make our timeline that we've presented to you work, we are in Q3. And in order to get our consultants both on board, we have one for the terminal as well as one for the airfield design right now. We do need your approval to be able to appropriate those funds. And the amount that came from, I know that we all talked about this, and Jeffrey, I apologize, the extra zeros are still there from the May 22nd meeting. We based our numbers on this rough order of magnitude. As we discussed, it's roughly 8% of the construction cost. Do we know if it's going to be there? We don't, because we haven't come up with final scoping and negotiations with the 2 design firms that are top ranked. But we did base our request on Brad's rough estimates up here, and he said he had a level of confidence in these, which is why we're bringing them back to you. So to dive in a little deeper with that, we had the 2 RFQs that were issued, one at the very end of February, so I apologize, there might be a typo in your AIS. The design services for the terminal was issued in March of 2025. The runway had 2 firms that responded. We had a team together to rank them. The top ranked firm was notified, and we are ongoing with scoping and fee negotiations with them currently. We have not brought that name public because we haven't come to a fee negotiation with them yet with our top ranked firms. As well as the terminal was issued in March. We had 11 firms respond. Our team went through that, including Meg that was here for the 22nd. We all ranked them. We interviewed 5 of the short lists and then notified the top ranked firm, and we are starting scoping and negotiations with them for fees.
Question about that?
Yes,
Just
sure.
Just aside, whenever the architectural design services thing comes up, I wonder when the RFQ went out and they responded, they weren't ranked on the aesthetics of a design as much as the qualifications to actually do the project, or is this already?
So they had several scores that we had, and that was actually issued in the RFQ. So everyone knew responding what we would be judging on, and a portion of that was what designs were and how creative they were with fitting our environment. We did not want something to come off a assembly line to say this is just another terminal. So it will be very unique to Aspen.
We're going to see that pretty soon, I think, right?
Yeah. And if you look at the RFP, the request for proposals that we put out, you'll see that. I'm sorry, RFQ. You are correct, Liz.
Sorry.
Thank you. The RFQ, it was largely drawn from the Vision Committee recommendations and the resolution that this board approved.
But those recommendations were mostly environmentally based, right? Not design based. Is that correct?
Both.
Most of the
We
recommendations?
had specifically put in our common ground recommendations, and that was a very large portion of scoring to make sure that they held to
Right,
that.
and those recommendations mostly had to do with being environmental and sustainable and stuff, not so much with what it's going to look like. Correct?
Correct. It's a balance, though. It did talk a lot about community character and such, but yeah, the goals were around noise and emissions. And
I just hope that we see it sooner rather than later in case there are red flags that come up, because there'll be a lot of interest in the community in this, as you know, as we anticipate. And usually you keep your P's and Q's together perfectly, so you're forgiven.
I think in terms of matching up to the Vision Committee and the board's resolution, you're going to be happy with the selections when we're able to announce them.
All right, keep going. Questions? Okay, we did receive a thorough presentation of this. Thank you for including the full slide deck in the packet for the benefit of those who maybe didn't hear the work session conversation with our consultants. Are there questions from the board? Yes, Jeffrey?
In the 518 for Connie and for Liz, in the 518, what are we carrying in terms of architectural contingent, and what are we carrying in terms of contractor contingency? So the 518 is a walking around number, and if I look at it, are we at 400 with a 25% contingency right now? Because we haven't.
I don't know what they've included for contingency, but I do think they have a healthy contingency.
They had built-in contingency. Brad did mention that in our May 22nd work session, that there is contingency built into both the design and the construction of that.
Yeah, and I believe it's a 30% contingency at this point.
Wow.
And so it is high. We don't expect that the contracts will come in at this amount. Again, the reason we're doing it this way is we typically go through our proposal process and negotiations and bring back a not to exceed price for the appropriations. However, staging it that way costs us another month of process. And so is actually my direction to bring this forward based on the rough order of magnitude estimates so that we could have the appropriations to and encumber a contract against and move forward quickly because we're on a tight timeline.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we're not expecting to spend this amount of money this year, but we have to, in order to do the contract, we have to encumber the full amount of the contract. So just clarifying that for maybe the
I'm glad
public's
you
knowledge.
did that, Liz, because I as well asked that question.
Yes.
Patty?
Yeah, John, I have two questions. I'll let you answer them individually. You had some clarification out of funds coming out of different departments and allocations coming directly out of airport funds.
The
You brought it
bad
up to
news
me.
I have for you is that's the next request. We have a
Right.
whole nother one to go through. But yes, there is in this case, all of these funds are coming out of the airport fund.
Okay.
All right.
I do have a
Deep breath
question.
when we
Yeah, I
approve
know
this
we're
tomorrow.
kind of in
Yes,
a rush. I do
Francie.
have.
No, it's okay.
So in the conclusion of the net change to the fund balance, Connie, it says total airport fund balance projected at the end of the year, and then the unassigned airport fund balance. Could you just explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah, in the airport, we have some, restricted fund balances. One is a dollar amount for PFCs,
Yep. You got it.
Passenger
PFCs,
facility
and
And CFCs.
CFCs.
Yes. So we have all of our acronyms, the passenger facility charges and the car rental facility charges, basically. Both have restricted balances. The third restricted balance that we currently have is for future capital projects. Yes, this is a future capital project, but we're trying to keep some, as John says, some powder dry for when we go for debt financing in the future. That kind of shows that we have some additional funds set aside
see.
for those purposes, and that is also what we are considering restricted at this time. So
Okay,
those
so you
are
have
what
about
make up.
$18 million from these passengers' fees and stuff like that that are restricted. So that's subtracted from the fund balance to get the unassigned. Okay, thank you.
What can you really spend on this?
Yeah.
Is the 43 million.
Well, we're going to chop off 38 million really fast.
And I will say that the other piece that we don't have in here is that we do expect to get reimbursement for some of these fees down the line as well, and we do not have those revenues currently included because we just don't have that funding model in place yet to be able to do that. So I just want to make sure the board knows we are not just spending these monies without getting potentially reimbursed for some of them in future, either from PFCs or from federal grants as well.
Correct, and to clarify that a bit, we are doing this at risk right now until the EA process, which we anticipate going positive. I can't say that with FAA's process. We anticipate right now it being approved. Upon that, we've done everything that would make this reimbursable if that EA
And just,
environmental process goes.
and that's on the runway portion primarily through the FAA. We also have a congressional earmark for the terminal for $5 million that we're waiting to hear on. We have a, thank you, earmark request that has not been approved yet.
And what about the appropriations from the Senate that was just moved through with the assistance of Senator Hickenlooper? That was for.
That's the.
Same request.
Yeah,
That's a.
One was for $5 million. His was.
It's also $5 million. It was the same
Back-to-back.
request on both sides, and has to be ultimately approved by both the House and the Senate.
All right.
That's when I added another zero to,
That would be nice.
like 50 million.
You can slip it in. That's great.
Or even 5 times 5.
Well, I'm just talking the terminal.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have one
you.
more, right?
One more. John, were you going to share your slides, or?
we can just try and talk through this so that we don't have. I know we're getting towards the end. We had an extensive presentation on May 22nd regarding the project management structure. We went through a process of identifying different roles and responsibilities and those that were best contracted out and those that are best being in-house, either because it's a check and balance within the project or because of efficiencies or because of voice of the county. And so the next request that is in front of you is for the remainder of 2025 for a number of positions that we discussed on the 22nd. These positions include a senior contract administrator that would be in the 100% funded out of the airport fund and would be within the airport. In finance, we have 3 positions. First is a grant specialist. I think as the board is aware, we've been a lot more successful in obtaining grants through our partnership with DC Strategies. As we just discussed, we believe there's going to be a lot more grants coming our way that are going to require oversight and accounting as part of this project. We also believe those reporting requirements are going to have less leeway. We're going to have to make sure that we have redundancies built in to prevent any errors or such that may cause the rescission of a grant. We're already running at full capacity with our grant accounting and finance. This will provide additional capacity and some redundancies in that space. We have a senior internal auditor position that we also discussed. This position will be doing both audits and control checks. This is going to be particularly important during the project when we're moving the dollars through, that we have internal audit capacity to ensure that the funds are being accounted for and spent appropriately. We also believe this position will be able to audit the FBO lease that was recently approved by the board that has a great deal more complexity around really us benefiting from a percentage of gross revenues and ensuring that those are properly accounted for. Longer term after the project, we have other enterprise funds, in particular the landfill and such, that has a large amount of cash transactions moving through that we think would benefit from this type of position and internal control check. We have a budget analyst position. Again, the budgets, if you look at what we're talking about on average for the next 5 years, just from the airport project, you're over $160 million a year increase in budget, and there's a level of volume and complexity there that we want to make sure Connie has some help in tracking that while being able to maintain her oversight of other county departments. Connie has also given us indication that she may want to retire someday, and we're viewing this as an opportunity for succession planning for Connie's position, but we will do our best not to allow her to do that. We also talked about community development. This is going to be an area, if we're going to stick on our particularly tight timelines with the runway and the terminal, getting our permit reviews, but also our COs for both the runway and terminal and ramp facilities is going to be critically important. We're going to have a number of contracted specialists, whether it be for runway inspections, fire code inspections, the mechanical and plumbing inspections, which are going to be different than what we typically do. This position will really be quarterbacking those inspections. We anticipate that if we go into larger capital projects in the future, whether that be a jail or we maintain the pace of development that or redevelopment that we've seen post-COVID just in our normal building permit cycle, that this position may be beneficial to keep timelines moving forward. And then we have a public information officer. I know this is near and dear to Diane's heart. As we're going, if you think about the logistics, particularly of this project, where we're trying to construct a terminal while still operating an old terminal, and the different phasing of the project, how people are going to have to move differently, how people are going to have to access the facility differently, all of this. The communication load during the project is going to be intense. We are contracting out public engagement for kind of the public process while we're designing the terminal. This is really going to be on the ground, those different communications that are going to need to take place. Also, once the project is complete, there is a lot of recommendations coming out of those common ground recommendations about the ongoing need for communication around how we're doing on our environmental initiatives, how we're doing on our noise initiatives. There's always a communication piece. This position would sit within the manager's office and our overall county communications, but would be dedicated 100% to the airport. The idea there is that we can create some redundancies across the team in case somebody ever wants to take a vacation or get sick, or we have an emergency situation where we have to have more of a 24/7 kind of response than a daily response. Taken together, those positions represent a total expenditure increase of $529,278 this year. You will see a change in airport fund balance of $152,681, and a change in general fund balance of $376,597. What this does not represent is the cost allocation reimbursements that we talked to you about on the 22nd. The reason for that is those cost allocation reimbursements are done according to a federal process. It's in the memo. We do a cost allocation plan that bases allocating costs to different funds on a rational nexus. It could be hours of an employee's time worked, number of documents processed. There are a number of ways that it's determined how to fairly allocate those funding responsibilities. It's always a year in the rears. So you have your activity, and then the cost allocation study is done to show how much time was spent at the airport or other funds, and then the cost of those positions are allocated. And so over the first year, you won't see those allocations coming back or those reimbursements coming back, but a super majority of this is going to fall on the airport. We do anticipate that there will be some general fund benefit or landfill fund benefit, open space and trails fund benefit, where those costs would get allocated for certain positions, for example, the internal auditor position. And so there will be, these costs will not primarily fall on the general fund in the future. The costs will, but it'll be reimbursed out of the airport fund. So I'm going to pause there and we can go into depth and more questions.
Patty?
Yeah, I'm concerned about lots of new FTEs, but I understand, and the timing. We don't have what we're hoping to do this project, the funds, like 520 odd million. So we're hoping that we can find a way to get federal funds on board, et cetera, et cetera. So I also know that trying to hire people that are probably our best candidates, we have to have some level of job security. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that we are very careful in our thinking when we hire certain positions that we might not need right away, rather than just bring everybody on board and not really need them right now. I think we need to be very wise in that decision. Grants, for example, we're looking at a waning in grant opportunities, federal, state, local levels, so we may not need right away a third grant person, somebody to manage grants. Hopefully we'll have some availability of the two positions we have now to assist with that until such time as we have these mega grants coming in that are going to really take time. So I'm just thinking that, you know, we need to allocate the funds now with the thinking that let's be careful in how we hire up. Again, we don't want to lose the opportunity to find the best candidates, but we also need to not hire positions that really may not have a position for a while. And that's my concern.
Thank you, Patty. And that's certainly something we take to heart as staff. And on the other side of it, too, there's going to be natural attrition in some of these positions over time, too. And we're committed to reevaluating where are those capacity needs. Yeah.
I just want the public to be clear that we're not going to run out and hire 25 new people when right now we only really need 4 or 5 at this point in time. And in 6 months, we may need to keep adding as we hopefully move along with those federal dollars and get this project on board.
And just one clarification, Patty, is we only have one grants accountant right now. We don't have 2. So we only have one on staff at the moment. So I just wanted to clarify.
But don't we have
that.
a grant position that's open?
Nope.
I thought we had 2.
We've got
Thank
one.
you for that
We
clarification.
will after this. Yeah.
Yes.
Assuming you approve
Well,
it.
if we have one, maybe we
Right, and
we
I
don't have any
totally-
grants. We
totally
can
get what
utilize
you're
that
saying
one
there, yeah.
for grants we get. Thank you.
And I will say with this level of funding possibly
Post
coming even just
procurement,
for the
maybe I was
runway,
thinking of.
from the FAA, there's going to be an extra level of scrutiny so that we have these positions in place to protect that with the internal auditor and stuff.
Well, and
is
I am
definitely
truly
going to help.
hopeful that we will need that,
Right. Yeah.
because I'm truly hopeful we will get those grants. I think that's why the board is working hard on that. So, and yeah, Liz was right. I was thinking procurement people. We don't need to be procuring things at great magnitude for the airport when we don't really have the money or the project, but just planning ahead. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Liz.
And as John said, I am extremely passionate about the public information officer. I think that is really going to make this project with our engagement out there.
Do I call that person on Friday afternoons late? Like
No,
I call
you can absolutely call me. I love the conversation.
I keep getting calls about the airport on Friday afternoons late, so Diana, I've just kind of set up an appointment.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as I said, we will see this on first reading tomorrow at our regular voting session. All right, board, we are running behind and we have a break time scheduled next. Would you guys like a few minutes break?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Great.
Okay, maybe 5, please, and then hopefully our Healthy Rivers team comes back down. Thank you. 5 minutes, please.
Cover
run
your
across if
oranges.
anyone-
I'm wondering
Can
if
you have
that's
one?
what I'm reacting
Oh,
to.
you want me to move them? Yeah.
Just cover them. Because when I went outside, it went away when I came back. I don't know.
welcome back everyone to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 10th. We wrapped up our budget supplemental requests a little over time, and so we're moving to our Healthy Rivers revised grant request for the 2025 grant cycle. And we have Lisa Tasker from the Healthy Rivers and Streams program. Hi.
Hi, thank you. And welcome Diane McKnight, and we have Ned Andrews here, who is with the Healthy Rivers Board. He is representing the board today, and he can answer questions related to the board if you have any. So I wanted to, do we also have Tom? I don't know, Diane, if you want to elevate Tom. If he wants to answer any questions later, we can also elevate him as a...
I'm not sure I know how to elevate
No,
Tom.
no, it's done. We got that. But thanks.
Okay.
At the Healthy Rivers Board Spring Grant Cycle meeting, the application from CU Instar involving Lincoln Creek was not awarded. With some feedback from that meeting, Professor McKnight, who is here online, Diane, the applicant revised their application and resubmitted it. The Healthy Rivers Board then held a special meeting May 27th, and again heard from Diane along with Professor Tom Marchito. I'm going to be hopefully corrected on my pronunciation. Is that correct, Diane? Marchito. Thank you, Tom. Marchito.
No problem.
I've got it now. The board unanimously voted to support the revised application for $35,000. And Diane and Tom are both associated with CU, but also with the Institute of Arctic and Alpine Research, or INSTAR, which is basically embedded at CU. That's how I'm going to describe it. The original concerns of the board were related to how the data on the rare earth elements coveted by many producers of our modern technological devices like cell phones, how that data was going to be utilized. So Diane is here to present and discuss her revised application, but I'd like to
Thank you.
Also just talk about that Diane is a distinguished professor of civil, environmental, and architectural engineering and environmental studies. And in a minute, I'm going to let her continue to introduce herself and refine what I just said, but as well as letting her introduce Tom, who's also with CU and a colleague of hers. They've both been critical. Tom has also been critical to their investigations so far on Lincoln Creek. And quickly, Tom's line on his Instar webpage, I just want to read this briefly because I appreciate this. As human activities continue to alter Earth's climate, it becomes increasingly important to look to the past to better understand the future. And you'll see how this nicely links to their application for their efforts up on Lincoln Creek. They can explain. So lastly and briefly, we have a half an hour here, so we'll have plenty of time for questions, but I just want to say that Diane and Tom have been active members of the 16-member Lincoln Creek Work Group, which you guys are well aware of at this point, as well as with Diane's 2 graduate students. They've presented their Lincoln Creek efforts to date at to our larger watershed community at the Basalt Library. That was in coordination with the Roaring Fork Conservancy. So they have also taken time to engage with the greater Roaring Fork community on their data, traveling that amazing I-70 corridor. So I will hand it over to Diane and Tom. Thank you both for being here. And Ned will, of course, answer questions as well.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to go ahead and I need to share my screen so you can see the presentation. I need to scroll down here to share the screen. And can you see that?
Yes.
Is that showing up?
It is.
Okay, great. Again, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to present this revised proposal where we're going to be focusing on the past, present, and future of mobile metals in the Lincoln Creek watershed. And as Lisa explained, we've been very fortunate to participate with the dynamic Lincoln Creek project team, and it's been a great opportunity for us. The several groups, in addition to Roaring Fork Conservancy, the Independence Past Foundation, Pitkin County Public Health and Colorado Parks and Wildlife have been important context for us. And here's pictures showing Athena Bolin and Adam Ordorosio, who have been on over 7 field trips with this team. So to summarize, the project goals for this proposed work is to determine the implications of the Grizzly Reservoir sediment core for the future of toxic metal inputs to the Roaring Fork River. And this map that you can see down here highlights both the Ruby Mine and the mineralized tributary, which drained into Lincoln Creek that flows into Grizzly Reservoir. Can you see my arrows?
Yep. We can.
Okay, good. Here's a picture of my colleague Tom collecting the sediment core from the Grizzly Reservoir when it was drained last summer. This was a unique opportunity to collect a sediment core. And then the picture on the right is showing a source of aluminum oxides, this white precipitate that we see here, which is located upstream of the Ruby Mine and the mineralized tributary. So we are also interested in contributing to the Lincoln Creek project team by learning more about this potential third source, which emerged in late July, August of last year. And in terms of context, some of the dissolved metals, these are metals in solution that are coming from this mineralized tributary, are extremely toxic to aquatic insects and fish. The mineralized tributary has its highest concentrations of copper, shown here, in the late summer. And these late summer concentrations have been increasing over time. Here's values for 2021, where we had 26,000 parts per billion, and in 2024, 90,000 parts per billion. This is 10,000 times the aquatic toxicity concentration. And as shown in the graph here, in the inlet to the reservoir, these concentrations have similarly been increasing, where we have 100 times acute toxicity. 10 times acute toxicity will kill a fish. So this is a real concern as we think about the Roaring Fork River going downstream. In addition to the dissolved metals that are moving with the water, we also have precipitation of iron oxides, which are shown here at the confluence of the mineralized tributary, and aluminum oxides here, which precipitated a slightly higher pH. This aluminum flock is more enriched in toxic metals, such as copper and lead. And this flocculent material is both mobile, it can be transported downstream with high flows into the Grizzly Reservoir, and it's not a permanent chemical sink for whatever metals are attached to this solid phase. And it's important to note that the highest concentration of copper in this flocculent material was in the flock that we sampled from the downstream of the reservoir, where it was 0.4% by mass. So getting back to the sediment core, here is a split of the sediment core. At the bottom, we can see this soil fraction. It's brown, probably dates to before 1936 when the reservoir was constructed. And as you can see, we have a mix of sort of normal looking sediments that are silt, sand, and organic material, and these chemical sediments that are the flocculent material. And you can see that these flocculent materials are becoming more common in the upper part of the core. So here's 2024. And we think, or we hypothesize, that these flocculent layers are reaching the reservoir at times when there's droughts. We know that there was a 2002 extreme drought, but it would be helpful to know which of these layers, for example, was the 2002 drought, and is this a correct hypothesis? And how rapidly is this occurrence of this flocculent deposition changing? I should say, let me know if I should stop and answer questions. Here is a profile that captures some of what you just saw. On the x-axis, we have the concentration of the metal by mass. This is copper, we have aluminum and iron, and you can see the iron is increasing with time. And in general, these trends are consistent with the worsening of acid rock drainage that's been observed throughout the Colorado mineral belt over the last 30 years. And but the sediment core is really a unique opportunity that will also help inform planning for the future. But to do this, we need to turn these metal concentrations into rates of accumulation. And for that, we would need carbon-14 dating, which would include the 1950s and 1960s nuclear bomb spike, which increased the carbon-14 concentration in the atmosphere, and therefore the uptake by plants in the watershed associated with this nuclear bomb spike. And another part of the dating will be lead-210 that can allow us to calculate sedimentation rates. So that's the approach, and these analyses were included in the budget. Here's a profile showing how the copper concentrations increased in the sediment core, and we would plan to determine the solubility and bioavailability of these toxic metals such as copper in these sediments using an approach based on a sequence of leaching the sediments to understand under what conditions will that copper be coming off the sediments. And the first leach will get these relatively mobile sediment metals, and then the second leach would look into the more crystalline iron and aluminum oxides. In terms of the potential third source of contamination, as I mentioned, we noticed this flocculent material appearing above the mineralized tributary in the Ruby mine. And we would, in terms of determining a mass balance of metal loadings, especially for copper, we'd like to know how important this third source is in terms of summing up what's in the Ruby mine and the mineralized tributary. And we would be planning to collect water from the side of the stream and also collect some what we call interstitial water in this soggy area right here. So sample these surface seeps, and we call them mini piezometers in the soggy areas. These are basically half-inch PVC tubes that then we can pull out at the end of the summer. And we would also collect samples to do a comparison to the few samples we have from 2024, which is only 2 or 3 samples. So as part of this project, we would continue to work with the community and the stakeholders. And here's a picture of the talk that the graduate student Adam Ordioso gave with in the Basalt Library that Lisa mentioned at the beginning. So again, we all really appreciate the opportunity to submit this revised proposal and to tell you about this planned research. And we expect that the sediment core dating and analysis will be particularly informative for planning for the future. And Tom and I would be glad to answer questions. Tom, do you have anything you'd like to add before we move on?
No.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate the thorough review of what you're proposing to do. Are there questions for Lisa or Ned or the project team? Greg?
Yeah, just looking at the different minerals that you've charted coming out of there, the data sets, the curves match so closely. I guess I'm under the assumption that they all kind of release at the same rate under the same conditions? You know, is there, what can you infer from that? And then it's interesting to see that you're finding the more upstream aluminum oxides, and I'm just wondering if you can confirm what I think I saw in those curves. Does that make
Yes,
sense?
so here's the sequence of events from a geochemical weathering perspective. The pyrite mineral, you've probably all heard of pyrite, can be oxidized on exposure to oxygen. And so when under these conditions of climate warming, where the summers are bit warmer and there's the snow melt is happening a bit earlier, so the soils up at high elevation may be drying out to a greater extent. There can be more oxygen exposure for the pyrite that's disseminated, that's resulting in this mineralized tributary. So then that acidity generated by the pyrite weathering leaches out the aluminum from the rocks, and there can also be other sulfidic minerals that are associated with the pyrite that may be sources of copper, or the copper may be leached out with this increased acidity. With this, basically, this process generates sulfuric acid that dissolves rocks. So it all happens a piece, as you were pointing out.
Great.
And in the few long-term data sets that exist for about 24 streams similar to the mineralized tributary throughout the Colorado mineral belt, we've seen increases in copper and zinc and sulfate on the order of tenfold over the last 30 years.
So this
In the
matches,
summer.
it fits a pattern. I wanted to know if the drainage from the Ruby mine or the mine on the other side of the ridge, which is, I don't know if that's still the Ruby mine or a different mine, if the drainage was changed ever in the last 20 or 30 years, would that show up in your data with the various leachates coming out? Because I've heard people say that, you know, might have been in the 70s that they did some work in there and it actually changed the course of the water flowing from east to west. And I'm wondering if that's something you ever had evidence of or were able to look at when you were up there.
We have not looked at that. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sharing our backup slide here, which is showing the lead concentration in the sediment core. And you can see that that's decreasing as a percentage. And the lead is predominantly coming from the Ruby mine. So we think that most likely the inflow from the Ruby mine is fairly stable, and it's essentially being, the solid phase is being diluted out by this increase coming from the mineralized tributary. That's a working hypothesis.
Great, thank you. The good news I draw from this is that we won't have to worry about aquatic nuisance species.
There's, I should mention that one of
There won't be any
the
zebra mussels
students
up
on the team was sampling aquatic invertebrates last summer, and we didn't find any between below the confluence of the mineralized tributary and the inlet to the Grizzly Reservoir. And we did find a few chironomids below the Grizzly Reservoir.
Right, that's the
Right.
bad news, right? Yeah,
That's the bad news.
We just hear that copper prohibits the growth of the mussels, the quagga, the sea
Yes,
mussels.
yes, we don't have any New Zealand mud snails up here.
Thank you. Thanks for this. This is fascinating.
Greg, I think the primary practical significance of this is that we're doing a lot of sampling, the various groups, the county and Boring Fork Conservancy and such, but those really are just over the last 3 years. And this will provide from the core a look at what it's been over the 89 years and would go to your question, did something change 30 years ago? And then where this will give us an idea of where the trend goes forward and what we can anticipate, because we've got intensive sampling now, but that's really not something we can assume will be the situation 5 years, 10 years from now.
Right, right, yeah, thank you. I know there's some people in the valley that worked up there and might have some insight for you if you want to do some historic interviews on that. But then also, I was just wondering, is anybody checking to see the other side of the watershed, or the other side of the ridge? Has that river, I'm sure is showing the same mineral content?
It is. It's, you see the same iron accumulations in the creeks on the other side.
And we do have CBW and some other folks who are pursuing that and taking samples over there. So that'll be more information in the future.
Right. My last comment was, I did speak to one of the people from AMAX, one of the executives over there who happens to live in the valley, and he said that if necessary, or if called on, they have their environmental guys who might be able to share or maybe learn from the information coming out of here. So I can put you in touch. I think he'd be fascinated, or his people certainly would.
And what is that? What is AMAX?
It's with a molybdenum mine. And and
Climax.
I can't remember the name of the company. Freeport Mason, maybe? Is it? Yeah. So anyway.
He's the guy who flies over every week.
Maybe.
Here to there. Here to Leadville? Okay. All right, so Lisa has brought this forward. There's a unanimous recommendation from the Healthy Rivers Board to fund the $35,000 request. It comes to us because it is above the $15,000 threshold. The money has already been appropriated. Is there any further questions or just approval of a nod for them to
I want to thank him for
this grant?
Thank him for
award.
reapplying, yeah.
Okay.
I would, one sort of request would be much like we had to put up the pain in the ass, or what's it called, pain in the ANS?
Pain in the ands.
Come up with something like that?
Sorry, that was snowmass humor for those of you from CU. We would really welcome a presentation, whether it's virtual or if you have time, to the Colorado River Roundtable. It would be nice if you came in off cycle, so out of the grant cycle, and it shows and demonstrates the work of the Lincoln Creek Working Group to getting to a strategy, and sort of out of PowerPoint more into execution. So we really appreciate the details on what you brought forward. The folks on the Colorado River Roundtable would welcome a presentation from you. So please add that as part of your scope for this grant.
Oh, we would really appreciate an opportunity to present. I should mention that we had an opportunity to give a presentation to one of the regents of the University of Colorado, Regent McNulty, when he read about our presentation in the Basalt Library in the Aspen Times.
Oh, cool.
So we're experiencing and glad to give presentations.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Nice to see you.
Thanks for being
Thanks,
patient.
Diane and Tom and everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Okay. All right, we're moving on. It looks like we have Rich Engelhardt is joining
Hi,
us,
Rich.
and I think Diane will come up there's gonna be discussion about the Aspen Pickens County Airport Flight Safety Ops Subcommittee. I will note, I'm gonna excuse myself. I have to go to a family obligation. My daughter's very first softball game all the way in Newcastle. So Jeffrey is
Newcastle,
gonna-
wow.
I know. So Jeffrey is gonna take over, and I'm gonna call in and listen to the discussions for the remaining items on our agenda as I'm driving. So thank you.
Kelly, I'm glad you have your priorities straight, and it's softball, so good for you.
I have a question for Rich. I didn't know there were palm trees at Delta.
Oh, there aren't, Patty. And Kelly, I will tell you, I did get a chance to watch Aaron Judge play live. That guy is a specimen, so just know that.
I went to the Yankees-Rockies game where the Rockies got smoked, and half the crowd was in Yankees gear.
I was at the same game.
You
I wished
were?
I'd have known you were there.
Oh, I know. Bummer. Sorry to miss you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, board, very much. You never say never, but this may be my last opportunity to actually present to you all. As you know, Ryan Mahoney has landed on site now, and we spent yesterday going through a lot of things with him. And I had a I had knee surgery about 11 days ago. I replaced a old knee with a new one. And my intent was to spend the night and be there in person, and I just couldn't make it. So I really do apologize. But Patty, I know you've been wanting to race me. Now's the time to do it.
No need to apologize for that, Rich.
I just want to see you sliding into home plate with that new knee.
Yeah. Well,
Very
thank you. We'll
carefully.
get on to the topic at hand here, but I do want to just tell you all again, thank you very much for everything and all your support over the years. So I believe we've got Barry, Diane there. Dan Bartholomew is also online. And we're here to talk, well, kind of in a nutshell. It's the Flight Ops Safety Task Force. There was a request made to move it to a pilot safety subcommittee, which is an ongoing subcommittee that would serve under the AAB. So really, this Flight Safety Task Force was set up back in December 2020, I believe, whenever you all, through a resolution, formally appointed members of this board. They developed a ton of work. They submitted a document that came to you, and you all adopted formally in a policy, and that was attached to your AIS and your information on this. The staff has been working through this. We've had trouble. Diane can talk to this, and Dan, about hiring a person to help carry out these, but I believe we do have somebody on board now that's going to take this on. So the pieces are starting to fall in line here. But you're going to hear from Barry a little bit of the background, but I do want to just talk about this portion with the AAB. So Barry presented on behalf of the task force this idea of moving to a more formal subcommittee under the AAB. As part of their process, they opened it up. Barry made the presentation. They had questions, then they closed it and took public comment. And during that public comment time, Ellen Anderson approached them, as I know that she has also approached you on this topic about expanding the invites to non-pilot members. And when asked about that by the AAB members more specifically, Ellen was kind of referring to possibly maybe airplane mechanics, tower employees, or emergency response personnel. Is the information she had mentioned. The AAB talked about that afterwards, and there was a lot of input from members that served on this task force that felt that if they needed to go out and seek that expertise, that they would just reach out and bring them into the topic for discussion. But I think you're going to hear Barry talk a little bit about trying to limit this to just strictly a pilot membership. The other concern was that this would bleed into other things that are happening within the board's kind of action items. And by limiting this just to the pilots, focus strictly on that safety, again, deters that from happening. And so there's other means to be able to address emissions and on-ground safety and what's happening there through the local pilots associations. So this was vetted. The recommendation that they made was to go to the BoCC, seek your approval to begin the process to bring more detail around on this through a resolution that you all would adopt, formally appointing this board. That recommendation did not include expanding outside of just strictly pilots. So if you all decide this is a good thing, you want to move forward, there'll be more details that will come forward through staff. They will work on a cadence of meetings, what those could look like. It'll be supported by airport staff. All the recommendations that happen there will be vetted through the AAB, so they won't have the ability to do a workaround through the system, so that the AAB does their job that you've appointed them to do, is to vet these, get additional input, and then if there's any specific recommendations, those will come actually through the AAB. So with that, we will set it up based on Home Rule Charter, the policies that have been adopted to formalize this. But I think what we'll do right now is I'm going to turn it over to Barry, let him give his rendition here, and then we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Rich. As the board will remember, back in 2012, 2020, at the culmination of the vision process, and just as COVID was descending upon us, the board adopted the recommendations of the Vision Committee. And first and foremost among those was safety in the air and on the ground. And the question came up afterwards, after the formation of the AAB, what can the community do to try to help make things safer, to actually act on that recommendation, not just leave it to the FAA to set the lowest tier, the lowest foundation. The FAA does a great job, but the concept underlying the formation of the Safety Task Force was to see if we can help, especially in this complex mountain environment, pilots to be safer. And based on that concept, this board approved the formation of the Safety Task Force, and we had a great collection, 11 local pilots, and with me assisting them, to come together to make a series of recommendations which were submitted to you back in spring of 2023, and which you approved, and which then the airport staff embarked upon implementing with the continued assistance of the Safety Task Force. Now, we had all of the politics that attended the future of the airport. There were some delays caused because of that. We had some attrition in the Safety Task Force ranks. We had some, there were some bumps along the road in getting a project coordinator, a safety outreach coordinator online, getting that person hired when somebody was hired, and then her life imploded and she moved on, and then it took a while to get somebody else. And so now we've got a great new person to help move forward with safety as well as moving forward with noise and emissions. And at the same time, it seemed appropriate to me for me to pass the baton over as a member of the AAB and an alternate member of that, to follow Auden Schindler's good example, and to pass the baton on to new people. And with Jim Light and Ann Mullins, you've got two great new members of the AAB, and the AAB reconstituted and is moving forward with the work that they have to do, the very complex work in assisting you all, as you've just learned again, going over the budgets, moving forward with bringing this airport into the 21st century. But what about safety? What are we going to do about safety? The idea was put forward to the Safety Task Force, and they approved it, and then it was approved by the AAB. Let's make it a permanent standing citizen pilot committee that will continue to support the county and the county staff in making this airspace as safe as we can possibly make it. And that's why they have approved our recommendation. And not only would they help the county implement the recommendations that have already been made, but hopefully they will roll up their sleeves and do the good work that needs to be done and continue. It's an ongoing basis. It's an ongoing program. You've got to, like, as we have learned across the nation over this last year, safety rusts really fast. You really got to keep at it. You got to keep at it all the time. And if we can get, and I'm sure they're here, if we can get a body of local pilots, and not just people who live here, but it could be some people who, like, maybe they live in primarily elsewhere, but they fly in and out of here all the time, and they're familiar with this airspace and how complex it is and how challenging it is. You put those people together and you let them think about things that they can do to help make airspace safer here, and it's focusing, it's about helping pilots be safer. And it all takes time. You know, I just got a memo back from Kyle Gelroth. It's taken the local tower at the FAA 2 years to come back with coming up with the next step in their moving forward with a proposal, maybe to change our airspace from a Class D to a Class Charlie, which would then expand their ability to communicate effectively with pilots. So it's not just in the local area, but extending out towards Basalt and Carbondale, where all the traffic comes down. So these things take time. And the person who's been hired by the county to move forward with safety is going to need the assistance. I mean, Dan's doing a great job and her staff's doing a great job. They got an airport to run. In terms of safety, that person is going to need the support of expert pilots to help move the ball forward and help keep making this airspace as safe as it can possibly be. With respect to the issue as to, well, why, let's just have some community members be involved. Let's have somebody who's not a pilot be involved. And you can do what you want, okay? But my opinion is if you had an issue that required an oncologist, you wouldn't want to go to a man on the street. You'd want to go, maybe you'd talk to people on the street about where can I find a good doc, but at the end of the day, you want the best laser-focused experts you can find to deal with the issue. And this is that kind of issue. It's kind of like, in my mind, the Financial Advisory Board. You need people with a special expertise to work hard and to come up with the best recommendations they can to you. Now, when you're considering those, or when staff is considering those, or when the AAB is considering those, if there are members of the public who think that they want to weigh in on those issues, they should be welcome to do so. But in terms of like who's going to be at that inner table coming up with good ideas that can be presented to you, it needs to be people who have experience flying through the clouds and trying to get down when you're running out of gas and you've got your loved ones in the back and you want to make sure that you're safe for the people in the plane and the people on the ground. So in my thinking, you need to have, it needs to be distilled. It needs to be laser focused. And that's actually the flip side of the idea that they need to stay in their lane and not get into political issues. If you have somebody who's not a pilot and not laser focused on safety, getting involved with this group, then there's a potential for dilution of the discussion, and I just think that would be counterproductive. But overall, whatever you do on that wrinkle of this proposal, I do hope that this board will accept the recommendation of the Safety Task Force, accept the recommendation, of the Airport Advisory Board, and give staff a thumbs up on moving forward with creating a permanent citizen pilot safety committee for this airport. Thank you.
And if I may, Barry,
Please
just to
do.
go into that, we do work very closely with our fire departments, with our emergency manager here in the county, Chris. So there's different avenues. It makes it sound like with this, we work very closely with them. It's actually required for our 139 operating certificate that we work closely with them, from our emergency drills that we do to basic training that they're on the airfield. So I just want to make that clear that just because they're not part of this group, they're still coordinating with us very closely on an ongoing basis.
Does that include the air traffic controllers?
It
Because
does.
the one question that would be the first question for me is, isn't there somebody in the tower who might have some insight that could be very helpful here?
And I think you've coordinated with Kyle before, our control manager here, and he is one of the best I've worked with in my whole 20 plus years. We meet with him monthly, just as a management team, just to make sure that we're both on the same page. So we're in constant communication with the tower. And I know that he's worked with you as a pilot group as well on specific items, just not an assigned person in the group.
It's actually tough to get.
May also,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, there may be also issues with appointing him, the BoCC appointing him formally with the FAA. I don't know, Greg, by making him a formal member.
One thing we've been careful to do is when any of the recommendations came up during the initial recommendation formulation period that trenched on air traffic controls, we sat down with Kyle at his convenience, and he doesn't have a lot of spare time to spend with people like us, but he sat down with us and worked through those issues to make sure that the recommendations we made didn't cause him any heartburn. And I am sure that this safety committee, and all of these recommendations they were run by John Ely, and they were also run by Kyle, and they didn't have any problem with them. And I am sure that with any new recommendations, the same procedure would be followed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this, and I think we can, when we get the bylaws, we can look at numbers of people we appoint and hours of how frequent the meetings are, if that changes over time, et cetera. We don't need to do that here today. My question would be, though, was it the 1950s when the FAA came out with their safety study, that they've never enacted anything from it? I read the report.
That's the General Accounting Office.
Was it the
That's the
GAO?
That's the GAO, and that was generated at about the same time that there were some particular issues having to do with Aspen. And the GAO did a study that took a year, and they canvassed not just the Rocky Mountain area here in Colorado, but all of the Intermountain states that have mountain flying as an
Right, it
issue.
was the mountain flying
They
safety
came up with a
study.
lot of recommendations, and a lot of those wound up on the shelf because people got busy with other things. And one of the recommendations of the Safety Task Force is to in addition to the particular specific ones that they've made, is to get that document off the shelf and review it. That's something this committee could do, and to the extent that there's some of those that haven't been superseded by advances in aviation, get those back off the credenza and get them on the front griddle to see if we can't start doing something with
I
those.
remember when talking with FAA, because I read the report, and there were some really valid things in there, and it was frustrating, and I know frustrating for the federal agency that they were never able to do anything with it. Literally, it sat on a shelf and collected a lot of years of dust. So I think this is a great opportunity, and we kind of brought that forward with FAA discussions, that this is an opportunity for us, our local airport, to help you, FAA, do something you said you were going to do 50 years ago, however long ago it was. So
That's
I think
true.
that's critical to forming this committee. And as I said, I think when we get to the bylaws, which will have to be drafted and approved, we can then tweak the details of how many members and representation, et cetera, and then start the application process and interviews. Thank you
Thank you.
for all the work you've done for the airport, Barry.
And I will
Thank
give you and the members a lot of credit. There's not a lot of airports that pilots would come and openly sit hours on end and help with these recommendations. So I'm very thankful to everyone that's used their time to do
Yes.
this, volunteered hours on end with Barry, particularly meeting at the airport to do that. So thank you to everyone.
Well, those are very kind words, and I will definitely convey those to the members of the Safety Task Force, because there are a bunch of pilots not here with us today who it's really them rolling up their sleeves that made this happen. And I am confident that this community has a new generation of pilots as well as some old-timers who will continue to do the best they can if they're given the opportunity to help make our skies as safe as we can make them.
Francie?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you too, Barry, so much for all the work you've done for the airport and for the county in general. It's pretty amazing. Having served on the campaign committee with you and gotten all your emails, I know how much work you do and how much research you do. And it's incredible, the research that underlies your recommendations, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Francie.
I'm good. I'm good moving it
Thumbs
forward.
up. Thumbs up on that.
Thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barry.
I need to do breakfast.
Thank you, board.
together soon.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Rich.
Nice to see you.
Hey, Rich, get that knee up. Keep it elevated.
Yeah, I can't even lift it off the ground right now, Barry. Sorry.
Thanks again.
Ah, this is so annoying. I'm turning into a puddle over here.
Thank you. We are,
Jeffrey, I think you need to acknowledge the fact that she has her hand up,
No.
Kelly.
so Ellen, I appreciate that your hand is up, and I appreciate that you're here. I appreciate this is a work session, and we would welcome public comment tomorrow morning during our regularly scheduled meeting. So I look forward to it. I'm really happy you're here, so thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ellen.
So, we are moving on to the Carbondale Pool.
Is that where we are?
Well, hi, Carbondale.
Oh, hi, Pitkin
And
County.
Carbondale's here. Hey, Mr. Brenlinger.
How's it going?
Good to see you.
Mr. Brennan,
Thanks for
used
coming.
to be in Aspen.
And to share my screen, I think I'm set up, but
Thank you.
I'll give you a minute.
Thanks.
And we would, since
Before we start, I just want to
Since I
make
only-
a disclaimer, if that's
yeah,
okay.
please.
I just want to make it public that my sister is an employee, or actually a consultant to the town of Carbondale in their fundraising efforts for the pool, but this request for funding will not increase her amount of money nor mine. So I am not recusing myself, and I am going to enjoy this presentation.
And can you just walk me through how to share my screen here? I'm on your website. I'm on your Wi-Fi. Yeah, I did look into click through the meeting on your website. Eric Brenlinger. Okay, great. Let's see here. Hold on.
There you
Yep.
go.
Just texted you an email that Redstone got this morning.
Really are.
The anonymous, maybe people you know, anonymous donors.
I'm so dry now. Dry inside, wet outside.
Right there. Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you for having us.
Likewise.
It's not quite warm enough, I don't think, for splashing around in a pool, but we're getting there. My name is Lauren Gister. I'm the town manager for Carbondale, and I'm here with my Park and Recreation Director, Eric Brenlinger. And we would just like to tell you what we're doing with the rebuild of a new Carbondale Aquatic Center. And that will include not only the process that we've gone through, a little bit of the history, what the pool is going to look like and what the design is like, and then what we're doing with regard to our fundraising campaign. So I'm going to let Eric kick us off, and then he'll elbow me at some point, and I'll continue with you. Thank you.
Good,
Go ahead,
thanks,
Eric.
Lauren. So I want to test you guys out here. So if I had closed my eyes and yelled Marco, what would you yell?
Hello.
There we go. Okay. You didn't spend time in a pool when you were a kid?
She was just beating
Okay. Well, I do that to start this presentation because I've got a little bit of history in pools, and hopefully that knee-jerk reaction to what you do after somebody says Marco comes from a deep-seated memory in your head of all that time spent at a pool when you were a kid and playing those incessant games and you know working in that water and using up all that energy and getting hungry, and just your parents loved it. It was the best babysitter out there, right? And just burning all that youthful energy in that water. And so I also wanted to mention that because I was a pool rat. I grew up at the James E. Moore Pool. I spent countless hours out there. I'm going to date myself here, but Smiley, Ted Armstrong, John Duffasey taught me how to dive and took me to the Junior Olympics as a diver. So I was a pool rat. I really enjoyed my time at that pool. So I have a vested interest in continuing that opportunity for our youth of the valley. To have that opportunity to spend time at a municipal pool, learn how to dive, learn how to swim, everything that comes with the access to water in a safe environment is really why I'm passionate about this project, and really want to and really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys today, and an opportunity for some potential funding. That would be fantastic. The town is in a very strange position, being in a capital campaign as a municipality, right? That's super strange, and you have to really wonder, how did we get here? And I can kind of give you a little backstory. We did a feasibility study with GoCo planning grant money back in 2020. But prior to that, in 2015, we did a 10-year master plan. That 10-year master plan really focused on, at the end of that 10 years, you better be looking at a pool replacement. That facility was really nearing the end of its lifespan. And so we are at the end of that 10 years, and we are here at this juncture building a new pool. So, but our feasibility study in 2020, that's why we started to get there. We really realized that our 40-year-old pool was starting to fail on us, and it really wasn't worth a lot of effort to try to fix things that were not going to last long enough because the systems were failing, right? The underground systems were failing. So we really realized we needed a full rebuild and really needed to start from scratch there. So we did a feasibility study. We did a master plan through GoCo. We came out of that in 2020 with a price tag of a lot of public outreach, a price tag of about $7 million at that point. And so we said, okay, we're going to try to bond this project. Let's add another $1 million for soft costs and design costs, and let's put it out to the voters. 73% of the voters in Carbondale said, yes, we want this. So we passed the bond, got that process, got it going, hired a design team, hired an architect, hired an owner's rep. First run through, a conceptual design with that team, we were at, 14 million. We know what happened with inflation. We know what happened in that time frame. And so we said, okay, well, let's where do we go from here? And so we value engineered the heck out of the project. We looked at what we wanted to kind of, what the public really let us know they wanted. And we'll go through some slides here and I'll show that to you. I just want to give you a little bit of the backstory. And so we could build a pool for $8 million. We could. All gas facility, reuse of a non-ADA compliant building, one body of water, which is what we're trying to solve, by building a new and designing a new pool, is to get away from one body of water, have multiple uses on that space. And so we said we're not willing to do that. That's not the vision that the public had through this process. That's not our vision. That's not our needs for the future either. So we said, what's it going to cost us to build this right and do it right? All electric facility, no gas coming onto the project, solar panels on the roof, 3 bodies of water. And that's what we settled on. That's when we said, well, we're going to have to raise some money. So we started grant writing, started getting that process going, and started a capital campaign for the first time in Carbondale's history. But the reason was right, to do it right. And so that's kind of why we're here today. We're still in that process of asking for money as a municipality, a very strange position to be in. But at the same time, it's for the right reasons, to bring a municipal pool to one of our parks that is going to be utilized by everybody, subsidized facility, so we can make sure it's affordable to everybody. So I wanted to give you that backstory. Let me run through a few of our slides here and just kind of show you what we've been presenting to the community. So our capital campaign is called Let's Make a Splash. So our other pool is around since 1979, so it really had lost its function. So we have 1.6 million in reserve funds that when we realized we were in a deficit on the project, that came out of our reserve funds from general fund and also from our recreation sales and use tax. That still left us shy of our goals of creating the facility that we needed. So our ambitious goal is to raise 2.5 million in contributions from individual donors, businesses, foundations, government grants for the new Carbondale Aquatic Center. So we are at presently at 1.6 million in funds raised for that project.
It's 1.6 is raised of 2.5 or is 2.5 on top of that?
Yeah, 1.6 of 2.5 is
so
raised.
900 left, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And it's actually about $860,000 left. Yeah.
$820,440.
Oh, yeah, that's right, last week.
As of this morning.
Yes, so that was today's numbers. Yes, thank you. So why does this campaign matter to you? We really want an outdoor pool in a town park on Main Street is just such a great asset for a small town to have. And so, and for the whole valley, really, it's I'll continue on here and show you some of the design elements. Yeah, let me just show you some. Here's our picture that we'd like to show. So, 3 bodies of water, a 6-lane lap pool that has a climbing wall and a diving board, so 12-foot depth there. With 6 lanes, you can hold competitions. You know, the Sopra swimmers are really looking at this as a summer training ground for them. They have about 30 kids in their program coming from the Carbondale and Crystal River area, and that go to Glenwood, you know, every day to train. This would be an offshoot of theirs, and they could have some summer programming here and bring back summer swim meets. I love summer swim meets. I don't know if you're 10 blocks away, you can hear a summer swim meet because people are yelling and screaming and they're having a great time. The recreation pool is a zero depth element for kids with some splash pad play elements. It'll have that step down there that you see will be great swim lesson, you know, introducing kids to deeper and deeper water. And then we call it a recreation pool because it'll have a volleyball net, it'll have a basketball net, it'll have those lily pads that act as a kind of a obstacle course that the kids can play on. And then the third body of water is our hot tub, to be used as a therapy spa, to be used as just to heat up on our shoulder seasons of the pool. So we're looking at a 6-month operational of the 6-lane lap pool and the hot tub. The recreation pool would be more of a traditional summer schedule for that. What I'd also like to show people is no gas coming onto this facility. We capped it. So electric heat pumps are going to be able to heat and cool the building and heat and cool all the bodies of water. They're called big boppers. They are exclusively built and engineered to heat water. And with that, we have the solar panels, so a 47 kilowatt solar panel farm on the roof, and then the PV shade trellis is a bifacial solar panel, so it'll act as help us twice there. It'll be our shade zone on the property for birthday parties and picnics and whatnot, but it's also acting as a bifacial PV, bringing in the sun for power. So any questions on just the design? And do you guys know where this is located? Main Street's just to the north there, and to the west is 7th Street. That's on the corner of Sopers Park in downtown. Sopers Park's our park where we have Mountain Fair, Potato Days, all the
right
big
next
events.
to the empty Forest Service building.
Yes, and the Forest Service will be to the east right there. So, any questions on that?
Hanging chairs, yeah. What's a hanging chair?
So that's designed as a little kind of quiet nook, you know, because pool environments can be very loud and active. So that's designed. We have a lot of different users of our pool in the summer that would actually enjoy that little quiet nook, so a little quiet time spot and a hangout spot. So here's another vision of kind of what the building will look like from the property.
Sorry, those are chairs for hanging out in, not chairs that hang from something.
Yes, yeah. So they're kind of those little pod chairs.
I didn't see how they're hanging over there.
Okay, now I get it. Thank you.
Okay. This is will be the kind of front entrance of our building. We did leave some space out here so a food truck could kind of come in there in that space. We have 1% for the arts in Carbondale, and so we do what we do. We did look at how this building is going to be facing Main Street, how to incorporate some art elements in it, and so this glass block that you're seeing on the facade here is actually 2 layers of glass block, so it'll provide daylighting into the changing rooms, and so at night it'll be a very interesting look too, with the traditional, you know, kind of terracotta brick that's traditional Main Street, you know, materiality. It'll also provide this feeling of water with when we light it at night, and you'll be able to see that light will go through in and out of the building and really match the aquatic center theme. So,
in addition to that, you can't really have changing room windows on Main Street, so we had to do something creative.
True. So you know, our goal of the $2.5 million on top of our, you know, funded portion of the project is to make sure we can kind of produce and build what the public really told us that they wanted: the 3 bodies of water, the fully electric building, and with those 3 bodies of water, you have simultaneous use. So we also increased our capacity of use at the pool. This was just kind of a comparison that we did of if we had gone the traditional route where we heated all our water with gas, what that looked like as far as a kBTU per year use. And so this really proved to us that that we're doing the right thing. We're thinking about the future. We're looking to not produce those greenhouse gases with this new public building. So, and through our operations, we're going to be able to save a lot of what would have been greenhouse gas if we had gone the gas route. So these are some of prior to us shutting down and building this new facility. These are some of our collective numbers of people that have used the pool. We're open average about 4.5 months a year, and really packed that. Even though we had one body of water, we had some great pool managers that really actualized all that free time of that water and really was able to produce these type of numbers at that facility. And so with our increased capacity, those numbers I think will increase. Possible additions to our programming could include kayak roll training, scuba diving training, physical therapy with the spa and the lap lanes available, and potentially a master swim team. A couple of those couldn't happen before our other facility because there was just no time. It was already packed with all those other uses. It was also wasn't a plastered pool. It was a vinyl product, so you couldn't bring kayaks in there or even scuba.
Oh, actually,
gear.
we did back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask. It's just like, if there's a tile-sided pool, the kayaks just knock the tiles off, right? So you do need a really robust edge around if you're going to have people in there banging into each other in the walls of the pool.
Yeah.
But it's great if you have that.
Yeah, and it's we'll that'll definitely and maybe what we'll do is we can look at that use of the recreation pool and be able to protect those sides in a certain manner during that time frame. So
Right.
We've thought about a little bit about that too.
I learned how to roll a kayak in a pool, and it was really nice up in this environment to have a pool to roll in rather than being upside down in the Roaring Fork in the spring.
In the full runoff in the spring.
Yeah, when I had Colorado Wellness Experience, we did kayak rolls in the pool. We probably were part of the damage.
Questions for Eric or Lauren?
I have more questions about dollars, so.
Yeah,
wait
so
till they're
if we can move
done.
to
Are
the.
you,
You bet. Yeah, and this
You
is just a
ready?
timeline. Yeah, this was our last slide,
Yeah.
just our timeline. So we are looking to
Next spring.
hopefully open in the spring of 2026.
So
Yeah,
Patty,
what I didn't see in your information was who's donated so far. What agencies, private, public?
We have $848,000 worth of grants. We have a federal mineral lease grant and a public building electrification grant that are going towards helping build this pool. As far as our individual and corporate donors, we have mostly individual donors, although we have some private companies and banks that have donated, $15,000, $25,000. Our individual donors range from the 9-year-old that came to me at First Friday and handed us a $5 bill and said, please, 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 can we have a diving board? To another individual donor who does not use the pool, has a good deal of land around Carbondale, and actually, without being asked, donated $250,000.
Wow.
So this is out of the 2.5 that you needed.
This is out of the
These are donors to
2.5.
that, the grants, the.
Absolutely. So at the moment, we have raised $1,679,560. Our fundraising campaign, we are hoping to close that down by September. We have gone out, and that's one of the reasons that we hired a consultant, because obviously none of us are in the development world, at least financial development. But and you'll see it on the, people have been quoting it all over the place, although I didn't say it to make it a quote, but on the back of your brochure, one of our goals was to have this, because it's a community pool, to have this be a community pool built by and funded by the community. The board decided to go out for bonding and to put general fund and recreation sales and use tax funding toward paying for this pool. But that is the extent of what they wanted the sort of involuntary taxpayer contribution to be. And we are trying to get the rest of it to be through voluntary taxpayer contribution. I did a little bit of research. We have had 416 individual donors to date, as I said, ranging from $5 to $250,000. I believe that there are, well, with the exception of ours, if you include ours, there are 4 public pools in the Roaring Fork Valley that are available to people who live and work and commute up and down the valley. In 2022, I just picked the last year that the pool was fully functional. I went down the list of users of the pool and visits to the pool, and the addresses that I could pick out that were Pitkin County residents, there were about 195 visits to the Carbondale pool by Pitkin County residents during that year. People who have P.O. boxes, I can't really tell where they live, so that's probably a very conservative number. I would imagine it will be larger, but I don't know exactly how much
You know
larger.
if that was the same person visiting or 195 different
It was
people?
not 195 different people,
So
but it was
somebody who
100.
may have gone 50 times.
No, nobody went 50 times. I think the most I saw was 15. There were a lot of singles. There were a lot of, this person went once a week for the summer, maybe 8 or 10 times, what have you. I know that not only are there a lot of Pitkin County residents who use our pool, but there are a lot of Pitkin County employees who live down valley. I think 60% was the statistic that I got. I have no way of knowing, because I don't know, I only know a few people that I know are Pitkin County employees. I have no way of knowing how many of those people who work in Pitkin County use our pool.
What about contributions again? What about basalt? Garfield County, since it's in
Garfield County, I am currently playing phone tag with Fred Jarman, trying to get on Garfield County's agenda for the last week of June. We have not asked any counties at this point. We have been asking mostly corporate institutions and private donors, and putting in grants. We have another $250,000 worth of grant applications that are going in the next 2 weeks.
Eagle County, have you approached them since?
We
I'm
have
sure-
not approached Eagle, and honestly, I have a question into our fundraising cabinet to find out whether anyone has approached Eagle County before I just call
I'm
Jeff
sure
Scholl.
Eagle County residents, as Pitkin County residents. use the
Absolutely. Absolutely.
pool. I think that would be appropriate. Or basalt, or
Mhm.
I'm sure there's people from Aspen who use the pool, or
Exactly.
Snowmass who use the pool.
2 visits that year from Aspen that I noticed, along with a bunch of visits from an address in West Palm Beach. So I don't
be a
know.
good place to live for that.
Exactly, exactly. Anyone who donates, whether it's corporate or government or individual, more than $1,000 is going to be listed on our donor wall. We would obviously love to have Pitkin, Garfield, and Eagle counties all up there on the donor wall.
It's not 1,000 and more, has to be 1,001?
It's a 1,000. We'll, 1,000 will get you on there. Thank you for specifying that, Francie. What we gave you were just some of the documentation that we have put out as part of our fundraising campaign, including what we have provided to individual donors for pledge forms, what have you. We are hoping to really have this pool be, again, an asset to the whole valley. We don't have like in-town memberships and out-of-town memberships and those kinds of things. I will say that, you know, Eric grew up here and he spent a lot of time in a public pool. I grew up in Southern California and we had a public pool that was open in the summer. It was the high school pool. It was an outdoor pool. And I was 14 years old. I moved from California and I lived because I was in the service. My dad moved us to the East Coast and then I joined the service and I was all over. I did not live in another town that had a public pool until I moved to Carbondale. So I think sometimes we take for granted that, you know, everybody has a pool to go to. But we look at this pool as doing a number of things. The first and foremost, I think, and we've talked about this a lot, if kids don't have a pool or safe water to go learn how to swim in, we are surrounded by rivers. Those rivers hit all of our counties, hit all of our municipalities, and we want kids to know how to swim and adults to know how to swim and be safe recreating in our area. Also, we love our open space and our parks and the ability for people to find multiple ways to recreate in the area. It's part of where our tax dollars come from. It's, bless you, it's also, you know, part of what makes this such a wonderful place to live. The environmental piece, Eric spoke to that. That was very, very important to Carbondale and to our board. I don't think I need to go any farther with that, really. And then also just providing great quality of life and an equitable asset that is open to our entire demographic. You don't have to be a member. You don't have to pay a lot to get in. We have subsidized swim lessons. It's our Latino population. It's our kids. It's our older, you know, our seniors, working parents who just need a place to cool down at the end of the day and give their kids a place to burn off some steam, you know, all of that. We're very excited about it. This is a 50-year investment for us, and we feel that it will be an asset and a benefit to the entire valley. So we'd love to have you participate at whatever level you feel, bless you, is appropriate. You know, everybody is always competing for government dollars, whether it's from a municipality or a county or what have you. But we hope that you will find this to be valuable. I'm hoping, I'm just going to throw out a range of numbers and you do with it what you will, right? We would love to have Pickens County come in the six-figure level. That's somewhere around $100,000. Whether that you feel that's appropriate or not, that's why you're sitting over there and I'm sitting over here. So
Questions for Eric and Lauren?
Happy to answer questions.
Yeah, I just want to say that the reason that they're in front of Pickens County is Kelly, I think, saw my letter in the paper that said, please join me in supporting blah, blah, blah. She called me up and she said, why don't we ask for money from that parks fund that we've just discovered that we have for the Carbondale pool? So, you know, it never occurred to me to come to us for money for the Carbondale pool, but when Kelly said it, I thought, oh, that would be great. And I live in Pickens County with a post office address, and I have probably used the Carbondale pool 500 times or more. You guys probably don't know this, but when I was a teacher at Carbondale Community School, I started a swim program, and we took our students over to the pool every spring, and for a while every fall, till they didn't open till after Labor Day, or they didn't stay open after Labor Day. And we taught hundreds of kids how to swim. Every kid who graduated had to be able to swim 4 lengths of the pool. And it was an amazing program. And we also ran a mini triathlon out of there for our 5th through 8th graders. And that school was over there a lot. And when we first started that program, the middle school, Carbondale Middle School, used to come over with their kids. And then eventually they stopped doing that. But it's a well-used facility for sure. But thank you to Kelly for suggesting this.
So questions for Lauren or Eric?
What will it cost to go to the pool for a visitor for the day?
So we'll benchmark that. You know, we're actually in that process right now. Our 2026 budget, we'll start working on that in July, and so we'll benchmark that up and down the valley, and find an appropriate level for that to be at. We also have our rec center, and so about every 5 years we look at an inflationary increase in those fees there too, and so it's going to match up pretty well to that inflationary increase there. So, and we'll have that opportunity to buy a pass that is good for both facilities, or just a summer pool pass, or daily entry, or 20 punch pass. You know, we'll have all those different options.
What did a day pass cost before we closed the pool?
$7.
Yeah, $7. So
Yeah, and 5 for
give you an
kids,
idea.
yep,
So
yep.
it seems like it's within the range of affordability for anyone.
It'll go up after the.
That's our goal.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely a subsidized facility. Yeah.
Right.
So.
I was thinking, if you teach pop-ups for surfers, because I've never been able to pop up when I needed to.
Greg, I don't think it'll help.
I will
It's
not
too
be
late.
teaching that.
Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing this in. It's when this came up, it's great to hear about it. We know Pickens County residents use it. My perspective is, yeah, it's a great thing. As soon as the public got wind that you guys were coming in, people come up and say, well, our pool out at the Arc needs, it's like we're not getting access there, and and so all of a sudden we're going to be hearing from the pools. So the thing that's making me a little nervous is, well, our Parks Fund is pretty much overspoken for, almost, it seems. But that doesn't mean we can't help in some way. I think we need to discuss it, and I'd be open to
Absolutely.
discussing it with the board. I don't know where this would go or how it would work. But I think
We didn't necessarily expect that
it's a
you were
cool
going to
thing.
tell us what you wanted to do right now.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. The
It's
last
Tuesday
thing-
anyway. We
the
can't
last
do anything
suggestion was
official.
a ski splash. If you could rig a catapult so people could launch out of the park, I'd be all over that.
Into the ditch.
You put him in charge of programming.
I can say that I've had 2 of my neighbors, I live here in Aspen, who have said, why would you be using Pickens County funds? They called it taxpayer dollars, which this is an exaction fund created when we had a parks dedication fee. And they were kind of adamant in opposition. So taking that into consideration and not knowing if Garfield County, since the pool is in Garfield County, it would be nice to have Garfield County play a role. And I think we have connections with at least one Garfield County commissioner that might be able to assist in that. And Eagle County the same. I mean, it's a valley-wide issue, valley-wide users. I know that right now, our earlier discussion, we'd have a small amount of money left in our Parks Dedication Fund, fee fund. I don't have a problem with contributing some of what's left over. I'm sorry, it's not gonna be in those big zeros. But we also have some other needs that we aren't sure of, where we're gonna be asked for funding, maybe small parks in some of our new housing complexes, along with finishing our river park in Basalt, which I think is a priority, at least for me. And then we just did some possible funding for the historic preservation effort in Redstone, which is in Pickens County. So I think the board will just have to see where we stand on, I think, for me, what's left in the fund after we do the river park and the historic house.
Question for my board. I know Tony has her hand up. You may need to have a tell her
So
what.
Tony, we're in a work session. We would love for you to come in at noon on Wednesday in a public session. We would love for you to come back at noon, because we did the same for Ellen Anderson, so I can't have you approach and say no to Ellen. So we would love for you to come back at noon on Wednesday. So
I was just
we have
gonna-
a regular
yeah.
meeting tomorrow.
I was going to ask. I don't want to sound draconian, but what I'd really love I think this morning I actually made some calls to Eagle County to request their participation and help us in a project that's over here in our valley, and we've partnered with them so well in the past. But I made the call to them, and I'm thinking, what would be great is if a Garfield County commissioner were to call me and ask me to help with a project in his county. And I'd be really receptive if they ever were to make a call like that, or maybe somebody from down there. I don't know if that's a criteria. Maybe it's just too hard a hurdle. I don't want to make your lives more difficult, but it sure would be great to get a call like that. And then my other question was, I have spoken to Colin a couple times. How's it going with your board? Is your board figuring out how to navigate this? I want to make sure I understand that they must be in all the way, but they're trying to figure out how to make all this, pay for all these expensive things they're trying to do.
The board has committed funds to be able to pay for this if we have to out of some other reserve funds that weren't intended for this. We are not that short at this point. A lot of it will depend on whether or not all the contingency gets spent.
Right, sure.
So,
we're like that
we're,
too.
we're constantly walking that tightrope and trying to balance.
And see your final, like the amount you're trying to gap, the gap is what, 900,000 or something?
The gap right now is
And change, she had it now.
$820,440. We're hoping that if we don't raise that we'll be fine. I mean, we'll be fine one way or the other. It's just a matter of, how you're juggling the balls, right?
If you could just get Francie to give you $1,000 for every time she's used
Further
that
questions?
pool.
Francie made the biggest contribution I've made to anything in my life.
Thank you
You know
for
who
doing
lives
that.
in your basement?
What?
We know who lives in your basement.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with that.
So I love the sidebar, but I just want to read out the intent within 84020. Pitkin County established a Parks Rec open space program to ensure an ample supply of parks, recs, and open space to satisfy the needs of residents and visitors. So I'm having a slight issue with this conversation, which it seems like a stretch to say a couple people visit a pool in another county and the other county hasn't contributed financially to the overall campaign. So it seems like we have a dedication fee and exaction, and the whole point behind dedication and exaction is really to make a difference. So when someone builds a home and they donate to RAFTA, the RAFTA school bus is next to the home, right? It's to ensure that they have a stop, we can get them into town. And so to take exaction from one county to another without the other county participating seems like a stretch to me.
You think they haven't? Oh, Garfield.
And we don't know whether Garfield is going to participate at this point.
It's sort of moot, right? It's really when someone comes in and pays an exaction, they supply money to RAFTA, transportation, water, sanitation, some other. The exaction's going towards the benefit of that community that's been sort of disturbed by that outside development. So, in my experience, when we go through GMQS, which is our growth management quota system in Pitkin County, people supply to the ambulance district or the fire district, or we cycle, and they add a stop. And so the goal is that the community sees the benefit of that fee in lieu.
The exaction fee.
The exaction, sorry, thank you.
Could I just throw one more thing out? Have you approached CORE? Has CORE participated?
We're in the process of a grant with CORE right now.
Excellent, great.
Yeah, and we're really doing a deep dive on, what type of greenhouse gases we are going to be saving by not going with that gas route. That's where some of those numbers you saw in that presentation.
Okay, great.
Um,
And CLEAR is a part of that too, Garfield Clean Energy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And,
I really support you doing that, and if I can help in some way on that, I will.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we match that mission right now very well. So,
Eric or Lauren, final thoughts? Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks for coming
Thank
down.
you so much for having us.
yeah,
Thanks
thanks
for
a lot for having us. And I think this valley is getting tighter and tighter, and that that there's users up and down. I see this, of course, when I'm in Carbondale, of all my friends who still live up here, coming down and riding all of our trails when these are all locked up, and that's why the Pitkin County Open Space helped us out at the Red Hill project, right? Because there is a use of that. So I understand that philosophy, but I think we're one valley, and people have access to a lot of different amenities and great amenities in this valley because we support each other. So
Totally. We had, last week, we had a mutual aid conversation. We had Gunnison and Delta in the room with Garfield, Eagle, and Pitkin, and it was first responders from throughout, both Highway 133 as well as 82. And it's the coolest feeling when we all come together. So it was, you know, it was solving the digital trunk radio system along 133, and it was spectacular to see, you know, all the services coming together to serve the community. So, same page.
Oh,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Awesome, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to
I'll
see
call
you.
my
guys.
Carbondale friends and
Haven't
tell them
seen you in a
to
while,
pony
Eric.
up.
My kids, you know, Trevor lives in Carbondale.
I see Trevor.
We're on, we're moving to the future.
Future agendas.
Not back to the future, but moving to the future.
Well, I'll try and make that as quick as possible because I know we're behind. So for future agendas, I believe last time you all had talked about doing a mini retreat on July 22nd. Just wanted to be sure you were all available for that. And wonder if we should expand that a little bit to do the vision. You know, there's the Vision 2050 discussion. There's also been that conversation about maybe doing a little bit of communications training and such with the board. We had talked about as DISC and such. If we make a couple extra hours in front of that to
What do you mean
do.
communication?
It's basically kind of a styles. It's a communication styles. You do a the DISC is an assessment, and it kind of talks about different ways that you receive and give information and communication differences amongst us that just may help us as we're going into big and difficult conversations in the future.
Okay.
We do it at the staff level, and it's been very, very helpful, and we thought it might be good here.
John and I, can I speak to John? Is that okay? John and I were talking about it because we seem to be getting this need for time pushed aside for all these other projects, and we really need to have a discussion on how we can work together as a board prior to making all these big decisions. So it's kind of, where's the horse, where's the cart? So we're trying to maybe find time before we.
But if there is time on I think it's something that could be done together if we could add a couple hours to the 22nd.
So what would be the hours then?
July.
Because I have 9 to 4 on my calendar for that.
Oh, well, that was longer than we were, thank you. I think we were looking for a few hours.
That's the
but-
2050 date, we moved it from
Yeah.
the 9th, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Moved what?
From the 9th. It's 2050, so it'd be doing both of those things in kind of a mini retreat
So on the
format.
22nd.
That's gonna be a
Yeah, Charlotte
heavy,
posted it from 9 to 4.
July 22nd.
yeah, that's, the 2050 discussion is not gonna be light.
It's not going to be light, no. But what's more important about that discussion is that it's presented together and not broken up, I think, on the 2050.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 22nd is still,
I'm good.
we'll try and structure the agenda.
It's a regular meeting day anyway, so.
It's a work session day.
What?
It's a work session.
I'm
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
regular work.
but I'm saying that the 2050 discussion is gonna be a heavy lift for us, and I'm wondering how we're gonna survive both the discussion on how we work as a board and then jump right into the 2050 discussion. I'm wondering how we're gonna sustain ourselves through both of those in one day.
The first one's going to be fun.
John, I'm wondering how we're gonna,
With donuts.
I'm not eating donuts these days, so,
It was just a joke.
I know.
Let us take a look at it and see if it doesn't make sense to combine, we won't.
That's a
Yeah.
good thought, though, John.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that forward.
Then the other thing I just wanted to bring, CPW, we've confirmed that they're available at 1 o'clock on July 1st, so they'll be at that work session.
Thank you.
And we're looking for 90 minutes there.
That's great.
And then Pickens County Cares has been scheduled for the morning of September 16th. We're doing it a little later. Sorry, at 10:30
Well, you're way out
a.m.
there.
Yeah, followed by lunch before the 1 p.m. work session. We had to push it way out to be able to schedule that many hours with you guys. So, That's all I have for future agendas. And I'm sorry, my voice is going again.
Good.
Jeff?
Any other questions?
Yeah, apparently we're going to Washington now. We're leaving on Monday, the 23rd.
The 23rd, returning on the 26th.
So, but you only have Francie out on the 25th, so are you sending me home early?
On the agenda, it says Commissioner Jacober is not attending. It should
Oh,
also
yeah,
say
I saw that too,
Commissioner-
yeah.
So we need
Should
to.
say Commissioner Clapper.
Well, it depends how you behave, Patty.
That's what I'm worried about. Are you leaving
We'll
me
get
there
that.
So I
for
think
the?
We'll
Patty-
get that correct.
Patty's point is that June 25th should have both Clapper and Jacober not attending. Commissioners.
And then, I know I should know this, on the 16th of July, we're having our meeting in Basalt at 123 Emma. Is there a reason?
Yes.
And you can't remember what it is?
I know, part of the reason was because I was gonna be coming back from the River District quarterly meeting. And so, that was part of the reason, and then it was gonna be followed by site visits on the Crystal River, so.
There's a
it's gonna be
site
part of-
visit that I'm trying to
water-related
remember.
state?
Yeah.
The water-
16th of
The water
July.
attorneys are in town.
I know, but there was something else that came up and I was not gonna be able to.
So, but anyway, my meeting with the River District is actually in Winter Park. So I will not be back for that meeting in Basalt, so you can take my needs
Yeah, I'm
out
wondering
of
why
that.
we're going to Basalt that day.
But part of it is because of site visits in the afternoon.
There were site visits in the afternoon, but I can't remember exactly what they were now.
It's the Crystal River.
It's the Crystal
augmentation
River and
site
I don't
visits.
need to do that.
And so rather than have everybody go all the way up to Aspen and then come back down to the Crystal River, everybody being Lisa and, Kelly and the lawyers and all of that, it seemed like it was a
So
compromise to me.
the executive session was set around water, I believe, and then it was followed by tours with, and so I think that's why it was set, just what Francie's saying, it was set in Basalt, so that
exec
there
session
wasn't
is
the
with
back
the
and
water
forth.
lawyers.
Correct.
Great. Sounds good to me.
So you're saying
And
you don't
you
want
have
the
a
meetings to
site
be there?
visit
It's
in
fine, I may
Basalt.
not be
Yeah.
there. But I'm trying to get a vacation in here somewhere, and everything just keeps getting
There's a,
Well, we might have a quorum issue if you're not there, because I'll be
There's-
at the River District.
there's also a site visit in Basalt that morning of July 16th. I'm trying to see
We'll
which.
get a calendar
what?
alert for that, I assume.
John, we have time to figure it out. I just was wondering, are we gonna be remodeling our building and we have to be in Basalt?
No, it's more about site visit schedules. I think there's a land use one in the morning. I need to get clarity on that.
I haven't heard.
And then there's the water ones in the middle, so we thought we'd do the water attorneys in Basalt.
We're also trying to change some of the Crystal River site visits with the water people to Thursday, so it could be that it won't be in Basalt. You should pursue it with, Kelly.
We have another site visit that's being scheduled.
I
We'll
know.
figure it out. We got time. I just wanted to raise the question of what are we doing
You
and
never
why.
think that far ahead.
I know, that's why I did it, just to
I could do
confuse
July,
Greg.
September,
It
no way.
worked. It's
Any
like,
other
oh, whatever.
future
Fine,
agenda
I'm fine with
questions,
any of it.
or
I'm
for the
good.
sake of,
Yeah, just so you guys know, so I have the 15th and 16th, the River District, and then at the end of the month, I have a water fluency session, so do you, in Steamboat?
Steamboat.
Yeah, so we'll both be gone the 29th and 30th.
And do we have meetings?
30th
those days?
we might not have a meeting on the 30th, but we do on the 29th. Do we have a meeting on the 30th, or is it the 5th Wednesday?
No, we have a meeting on the 9th, and we have a meeting on the 23rd of July. You talking July?
I'm talking
I think
July.
I think it's fifth week in July, and we do not have meetings.
Yeah.
So, but we
Well,
will
I
be,
do, but you don't.
but we will be
I think
gone
it's
that
fifth week in
Tuesday.
July, and we don't have BoCC
Right, right.
Tuesday or Wednesday meetings, so the Steamboat
That's correct.
is taking place during the fifth week, so we
Yeah.
get to holiday in Steamboat that fifth week. And we'll come back fluent in water.
So, the 29th, both Jeffrey and I will be out.
Any other June, July agenda additions, deletions, subtractions?
I don't know, but I'm gonna try and get a vacation in here somewhere. I need And so I may just let you know when it is, and
So
you guys
Kelly
can work
has her
around me.
hand up in the ether space, also known as the Zoom workplace, also known as the internet. Recognizing Kelly, if you could come off mute. Kelly, the table.
Can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can.
Okay, I just wanted to chime in about the 16th. The water attorneys and engineers are going to Glacier to do some site visits over there with open space.
Oh, that's it.
And so we thought a midday executive session in Basalt would save them from having to travel all the way up to Aspen. Since it's exec, it doesn't need to be in our boardroom. And then when we finish, they can head out to the Crystal because they're heading up the Crystal and up to Marble for site visits in the afternoon.
Going to Gunnison County in the afternoon. Okay. And
So-
John, we need to be very careful in noticing that exec, because our execs tend to get noticed that we open them here. So we need to be sure, so we don't want to have to come up here to open it legally and then go to Basalt. So, and I'll do my best to be there, and
Kelly, other further June or July additions or subtractions to the agenda?
I think we lost her.
So, so for the sake of Laney and grassroots, we are moving on to the 445 discussion, which would include a TCOU update,
What is that?
a Transportation Coalition
Oh.
update.
It's you guys.
I don't live in the acronym world. You
No,
realize
but
that.
I was instructed by Laney and by grassroots that I must say when we're leaving open discussion and we're entering the TCU, that I've got to tell them. So they changed the graphics on the screen.
Why don't you do it this time, Greg?
Because I didn't take any notes.
Well, I don't have notes either, but you're younger than I am, so your memory's
We're supposed to
better.
remember this. Do you have the agenda? That might help.
I'll find it.
I'll look for it too. Mostly what I sense is it was recapping everything that's been discussed already. There's no new information being imparted, but it was good because a lot of it went back to 2017 and earlier.
That was the meeting before.
One
Well,
of the things they
they're
did
still
though
on
is
that
they
track.
asked everybody to
They're still
talk about what they were contributing to reducing congestion. So the school district talked about it, the hospital talked about it. We talked about Pitkin County employees. I got numbers on that, by the way, Greg. 188 people responded, employees responded to do you use RAFTA? And 31% of them use RAFTA at least once a week. So that was interesting.
Right, right.
Out of the people who responded. Anyway, so that was one of the things that happened that was interesting to hear different employers. Romero Construction talked about it, talked about what they do, and they have carpools
Property
and stuff.
management.
No, that's what I thought. Yeah.
What is it called?
Property management.
Thank you, property management. And so that was one of the activities that took quite a bit of time, actually. Rachel talked quite a bit.
But by the end of it, I think we were all just grateful because I think it's a good group. I think people are speaking fairly freely and sharing things and not trying to kill ideas before they have a chance to discuss them and vet them. I think that came out. That was my biggest concern, is that it would actually be something that would progress. But that the biggest concern really after 2017 was that they had suggestions like ride hailing is such a great idea, but ride sharing, but the devil's in the details. And I think we're going to start looking at, what would the details be about a suggestion if it just throw out, hey, if we just all had ride hailing, we wouldn't need so many cars on the road. The fact is that's really a difficult thing, how to convince women to go and take a ride in a car they've never been in, or anybody for that matter, or, there's a lot
Well,
to
ride
that.
hailing is when you make a reservation ahead of time for somebody to pick you up, like
somebody might not
the
know.
downtown, or I think you're talking about carpool.
They're carpool
yeah.
programs, ride sharing programs.
Ride sharing,
So there are
yeah.
all these really innovative ideas, and
It's an app.
there are apps that do that, right?
Well, they exist.
So the
That was one of the
questions
things we learned
are,
about.
we need more info, because I think there was a certain amount of criticism, that just kind of came out, not from anybody in particular, but leveled toward EOTC and others. It's like, we made all these suggestions and nothing happened. And that, well, perhaps.
Some things did, but not
Well,
enough.
not enough,
obviously.
right. So.
But on the ride sharing, can I just jump in here?
Please do.
The expert, what are their names? Epps and something, I can never remember, Kurz and whatever their names are.
Fairs and Piers.
Yes.
Yes,
that's who
thank
it
you
is.
so
Thank
much.
you.
They're
I didn't
really
know
great.
You weren't even there.
He talked about the ride-sharing apps that are already out there and how one of them is used extensively in Europe and other places in the world, but it's not in the United States yet. But there are a couple in the United States. So somebody on the committee talked about our developing our own, and then he said, you don't need to do that. You just get Snooze, I think, is the one Scoop, that's in the United States. Scoop is in the United States. And so what we would do is we would just have the whole valley added to that. So it's not as big an impediment as we thought it was in 2017 and 18. We don't have to design our own app. They take a small percentage, and then the person who's actually driving gets some money. It's not much. It would be like, I don't know, $5 a ride or something, and the driver gets like $4, and the app gets, or $4.50, and the app gets 50 cents or something like that. And so that was actually encouraging to hear, and apparently it's incredibly effective. And the apps would be much simpler in our valley, is one of the things they talked about, because we're not in a big city where there's like 1,000 different routes to get from here to there. It's one, So they thought it might be pretty helpful, the experts who were talking to us in our particular situation.
I think it'd be worth doing even if 10 people used it.
Well,
but if
that's
nobody
true.
used
Gets
it, if
cars
we
off the
don't have
road.
it available, we don't know if anybody would use it or not. And that's something we could do in a week. We shouldn't have to have 9 months of study. Let's just
try it.
kick it in now.
Well, that people did discuss that. What can we start on? And the one thing I remember asking them is, like, they were saying that we would need to decrease the congestion on the highway by 30%. That'd be the goal, to relieve the congestion on the highway. And I've always heard that even if you relieve the traffic by 5 or 6% or something in that range, it's a noticeable difference in the traffic flows. It doesn't get stuffed.
I think the 30% is the number that's attached to the occupancy per hour at the roundabout and the bridge. It's very much dependent on how many cars can be at the bridge at one time, how many cars fit in the roundabout. So if we reduce congestion by 30%, we would not be exceeding that, and so there would be no reason for the traffic to
But
stop.
if we could even reduce it by 5 or 10%,
Yeah.
it would be a beneficial
And,
difference.
I just forgot his name, the superintendent of the
Theron
schools.
Mulberry.
Yeah, he talked about how, well, I just took 428 people off the road.
Because he closed school.
Because we went into summer vacation.
I think you should make it so that parents put their kids on a school bus.
Well, that's what we talked about quite a bit. So we talked with him a lot about how, that was one problem we tried to solve. It was brought up by Michael Miracle, that group of people. Not people who come in from other places, but people from Aspen who go to the roundabout, go to the school, go back to Aspen. And people who drop their kids off. And then there's the seniors who drive as well. But, and one of the ideas was to incentivize kids to ride their bikes or take the bus by having a sort of thing where they get credit, they give money to their favorite charity for each time they do that. And so it would be like, as part of their IB program is, raising money for their favorite charities. And so this would be another way to raise money for their favorite charities. So like for every time they did that, there'd be $5 contributed to their fund for that charity. I thought it was a really cool idea.
I thought you were going to say they got 5 minutes of cell phone use at school. That would probably
There's
really
an incentive.
incentivize them.
Anyway, so that was one thing we talked about quite a bit, is how to make the school thing better.
There's a lot of social engineering involved, and somebody pointed out that a lot of parents find the time in their car taking their kid to school is the quality time they get with their kids. And
Well, they're screaming
unfortunately-
at them because they're stuck because
Except
they can't get
Michael
through the
Miracle's
roundabout.
answer to that is, well, my quality time is walking to the bus
Walking
stop
the
with
kid
my
to
son
school.
and
Right,
waiting for
right.
the
They
bus,
can walk 'em
which
to
is the
school.
same
It's a
amount of time
neighborhood
as driving.
gathering at my corner. The
Right.
parents all bring their coffee cups, they're in their slippers and their jammies,
And watch the kids
and they
go.
stand there and
Right.
chat about the kids.
And we also learned that it's younger kids who ride the bus. Middle school and high school kids, not so much. So even getting kids to carpool would make a significant difference.
Except when you're 16 and driving, you can't carpool. You can't be the driver.
The average
State law.
time created by school kids, the average delay created for commuters by the school traffic, only the Aspen around the roundabout and back again is 13 minutes for every commuter, 13-minute delay.
If not longer.
For this period of time, from
Multiplied by
like
all the
7:45 to 10 or something like that, yeah.
Has anybody brought up, and it may be too early, but I'm gonna throw it out there, when we did the experiment at the roundabout going down valley in the afternoons during the holiday with the sign, and we opened up the lane.
We talked about that quite a bit.
Because it worked.
Yeah. And I've talked to the sheriff about it, and he's totally on board, and I think they're doing it 4th of July, but he wants to do it all the time.
The
It's
city
just a
does
question
it
of
every
how do we
4th of
make it.
July,
Yeah.
but when we wanted to do it, we had a difference of opinion with the city, and it worked, and people have been calling me going, that was a great idea.
I know. Well, Rachel thinks that we have to go through all this other stuff to do it, but the sheriff doesn't. He said it's in the some
Within his discretion.
something, paragraph 411, blah, 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 that says that it's within the jurisdiction's right to do it. So Rachel's going to have to talk to Michael to
I
figure
don't know
this out.
about that, but do you guys know that there also, John, you probably don't know this, there was a reopening with a small, or reevaluation of the ES or record of decision years ago when they had to change the laneage coming and going from the the new Maroon Creek Bridge from the old Maroon Creek Bridge. And so they did a whatever it was, evaluation with a small R, not a big R, and got it done. So there are other options and opportunities which we can amend or tweak the record of decision in areas that make sense with cooperation from those other agencies that should be also looked at some point, rather than just saying, no, it'll take all of this or all of that. No, there's a middle ground in there to solve the problem. I think that would be beneficial to discuss.
Yeah, you're right.
Further 21st Century Coalition for the Transportation update.
I think that's about right.
The only thing left is that George and John, I think, are going to come to the RAFTA meeting tomorrow. Is that tomorrow, Thursday? No, Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Thursday, they're going to come to RAFTA because they just want to be more tuned in with Kurt. Kurt Ravenschlag from RAFTA did come to the meeting and listened in and participated and added a lot of value the other day. So
I thought so too.
They're going to come and spend more time.
And the sheriff is going to join the group as an expert, not as a participant.
With our staff that's there, don't we have Linda DePriest there? And
Linda was not there.
She wasn't there this time, but she has been.
Yeah, because that was something, but it's my understanding that they might feel more comfortable in the room if they were invited to the table rather than sitting in the back corner. They feel kind of like.
I can understand that, but that's out of our control.
It shouldn't be.
I mean, George said right away when I said the sheriff wants to be a part of it, he said, well, not as a participant. And John Bennett was a little more
But then we'll take
accommodating.
back our $18,000 and they can figure out what to do about it. We're going to be
So-
players in there.
It would be nice for $18,000 if we had a variable message sign at RAFTA that actually worked at the Brush Creek Intercept lot.
That's a RAFTA issue, not our.
What?
You guys have a board meeting. Could we please have a variable message sign that tells you when a bus will arrive? It's been 6
The
months.
ones at the Intercept lot don't work.
On the,
On the-
you mean on the highway?
No,
No,
on
just
the
on the building.
shelter.
Yeah.
It's
If
been
there's
out
not
for
one there,
six-
like there is at all the other
been
bus
out for
stops?
6 months.
Oh, it's
Did you-
broken?
Did you make a request?
Multiple times, and they've taken the sign down because it said it'd be fixed in April.
and then it hasn't
So
been
they've taken the
fixed.
sign down. I was like, oh, it's been fixed.
Okay.
So you're seeing RAFTA.
I'm gonna
That is
send it
RAFTA.
out right now.
Yeah, that should be pretty
That
easy.
was my wine of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for pitching in there.
Before we adjourn for wine,
Oh, yeah.
We have
From
open
this, we have open
discussion.
discussion now.
so
And I
so
have an open
Laney
discussion.
and Grassroots Television, we are now moving to the open discussion, which is at 4:50 p.m.
4:52.
I have an open discussion item. May I proceed?
Please, Francie.
Okay, Kevin Warner called me and a couple of mornings ago, I don't know, Monday, or no, Friday. And he wanted us to know that Black Hills Energy is working up above 4 Mile. And it's basically in Thompson Divide, hit their big platform up there. Do you guys know how that platform works? It's a very interesting site.
Their storage site?
Yeah, well, they drill in the summer and store it, and then they disperse it in the winter when it's needed. But they to date have been using 3 to 4 inch pipes for their natural gas, and now they want to increase it to 10-inch pipes. It's rather significant increase. And so it has to go through a NEPA study, but Kevin told me that NEPA studies for projects that already exist are not as time-consuming and generally work in their favor. And the work that they want to do up there will not be outside their regular pad area where they work. But he just wanted to tell us that there will be traffic impacts at that time. It's, it's up above sunlight. And so he wanted us to know about it in case people call us. And also, Black Hills is taking a risk, and they're moving the pipes up there now before the NEPA study is done. So they're deciding that they're taking a risk, that it's going to pass, and they'll have their pipes up there and ready to go when it does get approved.
I hope they're not planning to do it during hunting season.
Or cattle season. I asked Kevin whether this would interfere with the leasing permits up there, and he didn't think so.
Is any Pitkin land impacted?
It's not, but it's right next to Pitkin Land. And so
we
he wanted
toured
us
the
to know.
site years ago.
Because we did a location extent on the last trenching and boring that was done by Black Hills Energy. It was the gas up to Snowmass.
Oh, I remember that.
And so we had an extensive review with them. We required boring anytime they were going through sage fields. It might be worth just flagging to community
Well,
development.
they're doing testing right now about where the pipes are and stuff, so they're inserting water all along to find out so that they're not digging trenches where there isn't already pipes. So they're already doing that. And
Interesting. They don't have a NEPA approval in there.
yeah, it's almost, I think it's entirely in Garfield County, Kevin said, but he thought it was close enough to Pitkin that we should be aware of it in case people want to call us or something.
It would be worth flagging to community development again, because I'm blanking on who did the approvals for Snowmass.
Oh, I remember the Snowmass thing very well.
Yeah.
It was for redundancy only. It was
Correct.
annoying as hell.
A lot of it went through private.
Actually, it was an increase in the pipeline. It was a quadrupling of the
size
of the.
Anyway.
Yeah, thank you for that.
That's from Kevin.
Further
Yeah.
open discussion
I
items. Patty
left you
Clapper.
guys a copy of the new kind of tweaked proposed resolution for aeronautical revenue use for aviation initiatives. We're gonna do some deletions. John, I don't know how to do that and get it. I have to submit it by tomorrow.
I have to
So-
confess, I don't know what you're talking about.
I left you the resolution.
Oh, that, okay.
That I have to submit
did
to
read through it.
NACO tomorrow. Greg gave me some changes. I'm gonna tweak it. John, who can help me get this to NACO tomorrow?
It'll either be me or Jessica.
You or who?
Jessica
Okay.
Moynihan.
So, what do I do to give her the
Well-
changes? I've got them all written right here. I can give it to you.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay. We can discuss that, if that's okay with the board. I submit it to NACO by tomorrow afternoon. Thursday, I present it briefly on a NACO Zoom call to the Transportation Policy Group. And then in July, I submit it formally in front of everybody that's at the Transportation Policy Group meeting in Philadelphia. We're just gonna keep it as a reso for now. We're not gonna do the platform change.
Okay. And this is consistent with what we've talked about before. It's adjusting some of the language to, accommodate.
And opening it up
Yeah.
to what we're calling community-driven priorities to hopefully bring more diversity into the support system for moving this forward with FAA. Thank you.
Any other open discussion item, Mr. Postman?
I'm good, thank you. Go ahead. I just noticed that our Holy Cross election was finished and Bob Gardner and Kim Schlepfer have been elected to their board.
And I don't know if we want to wait till we have Kelly back with us, but we were going to talk about healthy rivers and streams
Be the three of us.
appointments. What's that?
It would only be the three of us.
That's right. So perhaps we
It would only be
should,
the three of us.
Don't you have to recuse?
yeah, because Ty's
From what?
Healthy Rivers and
Healthy
Streams.
Rivers
Oh, yes, I
Express,
have to
yeah.
recuse. So are you gonna
So
talk about that?
perhaps Charlotte was on
thought you were talking about
to
the
talk about
funding.
that, but perhaps we should wait until we have Kelly here. But I do believe she has a quick update on P&Z
And
interviews.
tomorrow we won't have Jeffrey here, so.
Well, we're not going to do this week then, I
And,
think.
yeah. Thank you, Charlotte.
Hi,
Hi,
good
Charlotte.
afternoon. Yeah, we do need to make a decision here. But if you want to delay that, we can do that. The other update is that P&Z, those applications have closed. So we have 2 applicants that we need to interview. I'm currently scheduling for July 1st and July 8th, and then we have 4 Citizen Grant Review Committees applicants that we need to get scheduled for interviews as well. So working on those, and we'll be bringing those to you.
And Charlotte, that's for John McBride's position?
Correct.
Thank you. Bless you.
Oh, excuse me. That's all I had for open. I'm catching it from Francie here.
Hey, mine is drying up, so don't say anything.
That's all I had for open
Further?
discussion.
So what are we doing about P&Z? We just have
We
to,
have 2 interviews coming up for
Oh,
Jono's
I
position. That was
misunderstood, sorry.
July 1st and Charlotte?
July 1st and July 8th are the 2 interview interview dates for for future agendas. So
Thank you.
So I do have one last,
And we had, sorry, Charlotte, we had Patty with a question.
and this isn't for Charlotte, it's about the funding of the pool.
So
Thank
any
you,
other
Charlotte.
any other citizen board updates or questions for Charlotte? Seeing none, Charlotte, you rock. Thank you.
see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Since we do have first reading tomorrow on budget supplementals, when do we, or are we thinking of, we want to discuss the opportunity to or not to fund the Carbondale pool?
Well, I think you could push that to the next quarterly because the appropriations already exist to do the river project from Healthy Rivers and Streams appropriations and fund balance. And so you could always appropriate the parks dedication fee at the third quarter supplementals if you wanted those to go towards Healthy Rivers and Streams fund balance. I think
They
you could do
reimburse
that.
themselves.
Yeah, I think you could do that without affecting the project.
So tomorrow we would just pull it?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like y'all are going to be ready to really make that decision tomorrow. You may need some time,
And
but
second reading would be the
And then-
25th. Francie and I won't be here.
that's correct.
Just wanted to give some time frame for those looking for funding.
And Jeffrey, I saw you like, really? We're not, I'm not sure the board as a body has reached a consensus yet where you want to be. I think individually you all have a opinion.
well, I'd like to split the money. And, you know, I'd like to give some to the pool and some to Healthy Rivers. I'm a little concerned about giving money to Healthy Rivers for this, though, because it's already been allocated to happen and they already have the money, so it wouldn't be my first choice. I certainly don't want to give it all to the Carbondale pool, but I would like to give some. I'd like to give, I don't know, she asked for 100,000. I thought that was conservative. That seems like not an unreasonable split, but I know everybody's not aligned on this, so maybe when Kelly comes back, we can discuss it sometime, but just so you guys know where I stand.
Right, thanks.
My position was, I think, was to look at the remaining 30,000 and see what the board wanted to do with that.
Well, you're assuming that we'd give 500,000 to Healthy Rivers.
I'd like to hear a request coming from Garfield
Well,
to
hopefully
join
we'll have
them.
that in the interim here.
Yeah, hopefully.
I'm pretty, yeah, total agreement, yeah.
Any further
Legal
open
would be nice
discussion
too, since
at
people can go
5:03
use it.
p.m. on a Tuesday evening?
I think I'm done.
Adjourned. Not that we
Do I
need
have a
one.
second for Mr. Poshman?
Don't
We
need
don't,
one.
we don't have, we don't have
Awesome,
to.
we're adjourned. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What else was happening tonight?
Just so
Was there
you
something?
guys know, I am getting slammed with interview requests for home.
For what?
Home
Oh,
rule.
everyone's looking to go
Because
home
of
rule?
Douglas County.
Nice.
Going home rule and
Yeah.
their experience.
They're going home rule, or they're putting it out
They're in the process right now,
Yeah.
but
to put it to the voters?
since I've been here, Channel 9.
And what are they, what do you mean? Why is everybody interested?